Chapter 1108. Listen to my explanation. Fiery Valley. Lawless tried his best to convince Master Zhu, who was on the brink of insanity, that he was the real Lawless and that he had never been to Fiery Valley. But Master Zhu's eyes were still red. He looked at Lawless and the hundreds of signs around him. So you're saying that we're all victims? We've all been deceived by that damned Lawless? Yes, Master Zhu. We're all victims. Pathless F.A. was very unhappy, especially when Grandmaster Zhu cursed him. But Pathless F.A. also understood that Grandmaster Zhu was in a fit of anger. He wasn't cursing him. He was cursing the impersonator. Lawless, will give anyone who can find out where this person is or provide any clues to his identity. Lawless said fiercely. He really hated the impersonator from the bottom of his heart. He hated the impersonator even more than Fu Renjia, who had stolen his limelight. Lawless no longer had any interest in finding Fu Renjia. His only thought was to find Yi Fei and tear him to pieces with his own hands. Grandmaster Zhu's face was sullen. His mood could only be described as terrible, too despicable, too shameless. That junior looks polite, but he's actually such a ferocious person. He robbed my heavenly silkworm treasured robe, and he even robbed my windfire gourd. Heavens, I seem to have even told him about the Zhu family's refining principles. This old man is muddle-headed. That junior, he's so hateful. What a fool. Master Zhu cried out miserably. Even a highly respected senior like him had been robbed so tragically by Yi Fei. The Scions who had been forced to lend their spirit stones to Yi Fei were all furious. Don't worry so much. That impersonator can't have gone far. The battle god space is only so big. We have to find him and tear him to pieces. It doesn't matter if it's him or his family. We have to dig them out and get justice. Yes, get justice and defeat the impersonator. Due to their own heavy losses, as well as F.A. Wudao's 10 billion bounty, the eyes of all the martial artists in the Raging Fire Valley turned red. Their eyes were red like a pack of raging wolves. Under the leadership of F.A. Wudao and Grandmaster Zhu, the two victims, they charged out of the Raging Fire Valley at the fastest speed possible. They were about to launch an inescapable net to kill Yi Fei. However, before they could make a move, Yi Fei suddenly stopped. Suddenly, an unconscious figure appeared on the ground in front of them, causing all the martial artists to suck in a breath of cold air. Who was it that was so savage to knock out the Zhu family's little princess? Do you see that? There's still blood on the ground. Third miss. The Zhu clan's martial sage and Grandmaster Zhu hastily rushed over. After a careful examination, Grandmaster Zhu's expression turned strange. She's not injured. Could it be that she fainted from anger? Boom! Suddenly, a tyrannical aura emitted from Zhu Xiaomei's body. Zhu Xiaomei had woken up. The first thing she did when she woke up was to see Grandmaster Zhu hugging her. Thus, Zhu Xiaomei's eyes turned red. Her body emitted a monstrous rage. Speak. Are you the real 13th uncle or the fake 13th uncle? If you dare to lie, I'll chop you into pieces. The huge golden halberd appeared once again, mercilessly chopping towards Grandmaster Zhu. The Zhu clan's martial sage's face was filled with shock. Third miss, could it be that even you were tricked by the impersonator? Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They deeply felt the terror of the impersonator. Not only had he tricked everyone, including Grandmaster Zhu, he had even caused the Zhu family's little princess to faint from anger. This method was simply outrageous. F.A. Wudao was furious. He pointed to the sky and swore, "Don't let me, F.A. Wudao, find that person. Otherwise, I, F.A. Wudao, will destroy his divine soul and let him know the consequences of impersonating me. F.A. Wudao, you're not allowed to kill him. He's mine. I'll personally crush him to death with my own hands." When Zhu Xiaomei thought about how she had allowed him to pat her head like a pet, a terrifying flame of anger burned in Zhu Xiaomei. "Wudao, how are we going to find him? That person can change his appearance at will without any flaws. The martial god space is so big. How are we going to find him?" Chen Mingyao had learned her lesson. She no longer stayed by F.A. Wudao's side like a flower vase. Instead, She used her intelligence to help Fa Wudao solve his problem. Hearing this, Fa Wudao's face instantly turned ugly. When Zhu Xiaomei heard this, the flames on her body nearly turned into a fire dragon. She repeated, "We can throw away the treasure, but this person must die." That's right, I have an idea. That brat is vicious, but he still made a mistake. Did he think that my windfire gourd was so easy to steal? That gourd has my telekinesis on it. As long as my telekinesis is there, he won't be able to escape from us. As long as my telekinesis is imprinted on him, even if he turns to stone, I can still turn him into slag. Grandmaster Zhu's eyes were bloodshot. He thought of Yi Fei's sneak attack on him and the windfire gourd that he had lost. No matter how obsessed he was with refining, Grandmaster Zhu exploded in an instant. He sat cross-legged on the ground. His telekinesis was like a tsunami, forming countless threads that entered the void. It seemed to be communicating with the windfire gourd that Yi Fei had stolen. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, Yi Fei had already fled 10,000 miles away on the dragon tortoise. The dragon tortoise was foaming at the mouth. It couldn't take it any longer. Yi Fei finally stopped fleeing. He recalled the dragon tortoise proudly and said, "I was smart enough to escape as soon as I finished robbing. Although this is a little unfair to Grandmaster Zhu, I was forced to do it. No, I can't stay in the battle god space any longer. I have to go back. I have to return to the burial land of the gods." Yi Fei's face was full of longing when he mentioned the burial land of the gods. Although it was dangerous there, he wouldn't be chased by hundreds of emperors so easily. "Dragon tortoise, let's go back." Yi Fei forced a large number of spirit stones into the dragon tortoise's mouth. He wanted to leave the battle god space as quickly as possible. At that moment, Xiao Qiao, who was in the beast mark space, suddenly cried out in surprise. He quickly reminded Yi Fei that there was a terrifying wave of energy fluctuating beside him. Then, before Yi Fei could react, the firestorm gourd on his body actually emitted a firestorm. At the same time, countless threads erupted from the firestorm gourd and quickly wrapped around Yi Fei's body. "Goddamn thief, don't even think about taking away my heavenly silkworm treasure robe. Don't even think about taking my firestorm gourd. I have already detonated the telekinesis in the firestorm gourd. Even if you turn into ashes, I can still find you. Give me back my heavenly silkworm treasure robe and my firestorm gourd." This voice and the invisible telekinesis wrapped around Yi Fei's body made Yi Fei's face turn pale. This made Yi Fei's face turn pale. Only the heavens knew he was innocent. He had taken the heavenly silkworm treasure robe to make his act more convincing. He had taken the firestorm gourd because he was desperate. "Grandmaster Zhu, please listen to my explanation. I didn't take it away. I just borrowed explain my ass. Just wait for your death. I, Zhu Xiaomei, am not done with you." Zhu Xiaomei replied to Yi Fei in a towering rage. "This imposter must die. 13th uncle and I have already used our telekinesis to lock onto him. He can't escape. Follow me and kill him." Outside the raging fire valley, Zhu Xiaomei pointed her golden halberd in Yi Fei's direction. Behind her, thousands of aristocratic family disciples immediately roared loudly. Even from thousands of miles away, Yi Fei felt a chill run down his spine. Yi Fei suddenly felt like crying. Why were these quasi-emperor aristocratic families like hornets? Whenever he provoked them, they would form a nest. At the moment, he regretted entering the battle god space. Chapter 1109. Devouring telekinesis. Knowing that there were thousands of sovereigns chasing after him, Yi Fei became ruthless. "I don't believe that you can still catch up to me after I escape from the martial god space." He didn't use the dragon turtle. Since Master Zhu could transmit his voice through telekinesis, who knew if he could see his movements through telekinesis? The dragon turtle is too conspicuous. Once it's discovered, it'll be easy to trace it back to me. Fortunately, I'm thousands of miles away from them. They won't be able to catch up to me in a short time. Yi Fei began to madly use the 100-mile instant to rush towards the martial spirit city. As long as he passed through the martial spirit city, he would be able to find the spatial passage to the flesh rampart. Then, he would use the secret passage to return to the burial land of gods. While running for his life, he kept trying to get rid of the telekinesis in his body. Yi Fei's majestic true origin sometimes surged like a river, sometimes like an erupting volcano, sometimes like a whistling sword chi that tore through the sky, and sometimes like a blazing torch in the starry sky. What shocked Yi Fei was that his efforts were all useless. The telekinesis that wrapped around his body was very unique. It couldn't be cut or destroyed. He didn't believe it. Seeing that his true origin was useless, he began to exert force with his hands and tore the telekinesis in his body. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Fei's physical strength was terrifying. Moreover, he had obtained the complete war demon's power from the demonic human. It was enough to destroy a mountain with his bare hands. However, he still didn't have a better way to deal with the telekinesis that wrapped around his body. Telekinesis wasn't true origin, nor was an object. It was the condensation of one's mind. It was very unique. If you want to destroy Master Zhu's telekinesis, martial arts and pure strength won't work. Only telekinesis can resist telekinesis. Yi Fei's heart sank. This discovery gave him a headache. He wasn't a blacksmith and didn't cultivate telekinesis. How could he get rid of the telekinesis in his body? Xiao Qiao, do you have any ideas? Yi Fei sent his consciousness into the beast mark space. Xiao Qiao had a very mysterious power, which filled him with anticipation. Hearing Yi Fei's words, Xiao Qiao tried to use his vine whip to attack his psychokinesis, but it was useless. Xiao Qiao's vine whip was very effective against vicious beasts, but it was useless against pure psychokinesis. Where do you think you're going? At this time, a huge wheel of light appeared in the sky far away. Upon closer inspection, it was the fate wheel formed by F.A. Wu Dao's bloodline. Like a bright moon in the sky, F.A. Wu Dao stood proudly on his fate wheel and chased after Yi Fei at an extremely fast speed. Behind F.A. Wu Dao, another huge golden halberd appeared. Zhu Xiaomei was extremely domineering as she waved her halberd at Yi Fei. Rumble. The entire void began to shake violently. Then, thousands of figures rushed out from the void. Yi Fei's eyes widened when he saw this. It's spatial teleportation, and it's thousands of sovereigns. They activated it together. No matter how fast I run, they'll catch up to me soon. The quasi-emperor families were much more powerful than Yi Fei had expected. Moreover, the sovereigns chasing after him were just a group of juniors. They weren't the true experts of the quasi-emperor families. Martial God space. I was right to come. Faced with thousands of people chasing after him, Yi Fei felt his scalp tingle. However, he didn't regret his decision. The world of martial arts was cruel. He could only grow and become stronger by going through all kinds of training. The primordial spirit in his body burst forth again. Before these people could catch up, Yi Fei had already moved like crazy. This time, he moved a distance of 2,000 miles. Yi Fei felt that the essence spirit in his body was nearly drained. Only then did he stop to catch his breath. This won't do. I can't run like this. These quasi-emperor noble clan's disciples can work together to execute spatial transportation. The quintessence of thousands of emperors working together is enough to exhaust me to death while fleeing. Boom! Hearing the huge turbulence in the void not far away, Yi Fei understood that it would be very difficult for him to escape the pursuit of thousands of sovereigns. He had to use his intelligence. Most importantly, he had to find a way to get rid of the telekinesis in his body. Wu Dao, F.A., and the others are using the telekinesis to constantly lock onto my position. Telekinesis, telekinesis. I have to find a way to get rid of the telekinesis in my body. Yi Fei took out a large number of spiritual stones and used the void sword fire to consume them to recover his exhausted primordial spirit. At the same time, he used his telekinesis again. Stop! Wu Dao F.A.'s violent roar came from the void in the distance. Twice in a row, Yi Fei had been forced to escape. Wu Dao F.A.'s face was distorted and a shocking killing intent emerged from his body. He had already made up his mind to kill Yi Fei. This desire to kill was even stronger than the desire to kill Fu Renjie. Fortunately, Wu Dao Fa did not know that Fu Renjie, whom he was jealous of, was actually Yi Fei. Otherwise, he would have exploded in anger. Looking at Yi Fei, who was escaping in a hurry, a hint of surprise flashed across Master Zhu's eyes. Then he silently sent a voice transmission to Yi Fei and threatened him. "Junior, you're running quite fast. Unfortunately, you've been locked onto by my telekinesis. Hand over the heavenly silkworm treasure garment and the windfire gourd, and I won't pursue the matter. What do you think?" "Master Zhu, I don't want to be your enemy, but since I've done this, I won't back down. If you want to take back the treasures, you'll have to make everyone who's chasing me retreat." Yi Fei took a deep breath and waited for Master Zhu's answer. "I can't do it." Master Zhu sighed and fell silent. Just based on the fact that Yi Fei had obtained the Zhu family's outline of smithing, he would not let this matter go so easily. "Then I can't do it either. I will definitely break your telekinesis." Yi Fei did not say anything else. He took out another handful of spirit stones, refined them, and continued to teleport. He had 10 billion spirit stones on him anyway. Even if Master Zhu could teleport, he would not be able to catch up to him in a short time. What troubled Yi Fei the most was the telekinesis entangling his body. If he did not get rid of this telekinesis, he would definitely be caught by Master Zhu in the end, no matter how fast he ran. It would be great if the undying sword soul could absorb telekinesis. Yi Fei had tried all sorts of methods, but none of them worked. In the end, he thought of the mysterious, undying sword soul in his body. This sword soul could even absorb the power of a heavenly tribulation, so it should be able to absorb telekinesis as well. There was no harm in trying anyway. Yi Fei did not hesitate. He immediately awakened the undying sword soul, and a destructive aura appeared on his body. That aura was so frightening that the moment it appeared, it caused the void to show signs of collapsing. Yi Fei hurriedly suppressed the undying sword soul and prevented its aura from spreading. At the same time, he carefully communicated with the undying sword soul to see if it could absorb the telekinesis on his body. As if it had sensed Yi Fei's distrust, the undying sword soul sent a disdainful message, as if it was unhappy that Yi Fei had underestimated it. With Yi Fei's energy center as the center, the undying sword soul turned into a dark golden whirlpool. It sucked hard, and the telekinesis entangling Yi Fei's body was suddenly absorbed by the undying sword soul. Boom! Chapter 11:10. Nowhere to run, obviously. Although the immortal sword soul could absorb telekinesis, it could not transform it into telekinesis. It could only erase the traces of Grandmaster Zhu's spiritual energy and turn it into an ownerless telekinesis. Regarding this, Yi Fei was overjoyed. He suddenly remembered that Grandmaster Zhu had unintentionally revealed the general principles of refining to him. This general principles was originally a trap that Grandmaster Zhu had dug for tyrannical Fa. He had been waiting for tyrannical Fa to fall into his trap, but in the end, it had ended up benefiting Yi Fei. This was why Grandmaster Zhu could not let Yi Fei off. If the school of legalism obtained the general outline of refining, the Zhu family would use it as a betrothal gift to form a marriage alliance with the school of legalism. If it fell into the hands of other small aristocratic families, even if they did not understand it, it would still be a thorn in their hearts. Of course, Yi Fei was still unaware of the importance of the blacksmith general principles to the Zhu family. He had only suddenly recalled that the general principles of blacksmith general principles had coincidentally included a method to cultivate telekinesis using ownerless telekinesis. Ownerless telekinesis is the tinder of a refiner. With this tinder, I can transform my own spiritual energy into telekinesis. At the same time, with his mental power, Yi Fei could control the windfire gourd in his hand and release the divine fire inside. This way, even if he was blocked by thousands of rulers in the end, he would not be afraid. If worse comes to worst, I'll just release the divine fire. Who's afraid of whom then? After dealing with the telekinesis, Yi Fei stopped, running for his life. Instead, he quickly chose a hill and dug a hole to hide. Boom! While he was hiding, Grandmaster Zhu, who was preparing to lock onto Yi Fei's position in the distance, suddenly had a look of extreme shock on his face. How is this possible? This old man's telekinesis has been refined. This is bad. That brat actually used this old man's telekinesis to condense his own flame seed. Grandmaster Zhu's face alternated between green and white. He finally understood what it meant to move a rock only to drop it on his own feet. He had given Yi Fei the blacksmithing outline to trick tyrannical Fa, but in the end, Yi Fei had used his telekinesis to condense the blacksmithing flame seed. And the fire of an armament master had always been passed down from master to disciple. In other words, Yi Fei had unknowingly become master and disciple with Grandmaster Zhu. Grandmaster Zhu was immediately dumbstruck. He thought about how he had unintentionally taken in another disciple. Furthermore, this disciple had not only knocked him unconscious, but had also robbed him. What a sin this old man has committed, to think that I would have such an evil disciple. The more Grandmaster Zhu thought about it, the angrier he got. In the end, he was too agitated and couldn't catch his breath. He fainted on the spot, causing the group of aristocratic family disciples to cry out in shock. What's going on? Why did Master Zhu suddenly faint? Pathless Fa's expression was ugly. He was just about to ask Master Zhu to help him locate Yi Fei's location. How dare this damned old man faint at this time? If it were anyone else, Fa Wudao would have lashed out with his whip to wake them up. Zhu Xiaomei was also shocked. She quickly went over to treat him. 13th uncle, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Grandmaster Zhu was the living treasure of the Zhu family. If something happened to him, Zhu Xiaomei didn't know how to explain it to the family. Fortunately, Grandmaster Zhu was only agitated for a moment. He quickly regained consciousness. Thinking about how he had suddenly gained an evil disciple, Grandmaster Zhu didn't feel good. He waved his hand dispiritedly. I'm fine. It's just that person is too vicious. He actually dissolved my telekinesis. I have no way to locate him. The aristocratic family disciples were in an uproar. What? You can't locate him? Then we've suffered for nothing? What about our blood, sweat, spiritual stones? That bastard borrowed 10 billion from us. Many aristocratic family disciples were fuming. Pathless Fa was extremely angry. He stared at the empty sky. His killing intent turned into a hurricane, as if it was going to tear the clouds apart. At this time, Chen Mingyao's eyes suddenly lit up. She realized that this was a good opportunity to help Pathless Fa and strengthen her position. She quickly walked over. Pathless, I thought a good idea. Since we can't catch him, why don't we go to Martial Spirit City and wait for him? To leave Martial God's space, they had to go through Martial Spirit City. Chen Mingyao's plan was exactly what Pathless Fa wanted. Pathless Fa couldn't help but look at Chen Mingyao in a new light. He originally thought that she was a toy vase that he would abandon once he got tired of playing with her. This vase's performance surprised him time and time again. Most of the aristocratic family disciples agreed with this plan. Zhu Xiaomei's mood was very bad. That person is good at transformation. He must have a treasure on him. What if he turns into someone else and sneaks in? That's very simple. Anyone who enters the city will have to swear a heavenly blood oath. Naturally, we'll be able to find out who's the spy and who's not. Chen Mingyao's gaze was cold as she said very confidently. Her words made Pathless Fa and Grandmaster Zhu nod inwardly. Under the heavenly blood oath, no one can lie. Let's see how that person will hide this time. If I find that person, I'll definitely grind his bones to dust. The aristocratic family disciples present all gritted their teeth. Only one person was trembling in the crowd. Needless to say, this person was naturally Fa Yihai. He had once swore a blood oath to Yifei. At first, he was elated, thinking that he had hugged Pathless Fa's thick thigh. Later on, he realized that he had hugged the wrong person. Fa Yihai's heart was filled with tragedy, but he didn't have the guts to tell anyone. The most indignant thing was that even though he knew that he had been betrayed for the sake of his own life, Fa Ehai had no choice but to turn his indignation into motivation and continue to leak information to Yifei. What? Chun Mingyao actually came up with such a vicious plan to have pathless Fa block me in Martial Spirit City? Luckily, I have Fa Ehai as a spy. After dealing with the telekinesis, Yifei happened to be on his way to Martial Spirit City. As long as he passed through Martial Spirit City, he could leave Martial God space. However, Chun Mingyao's vicious plan had disrupted his plans, especially when he was escaping. In order to confuse pathless Fa, he had purposely run in the opposite direction of Martial Spirit City. This way, pathless Fa, who had fallen behind, would definitely reach Martial Spirit City before him. What made Yifei even more worried was that pathless Fa had even made a blood oath to find him. Under the blood oath, no matter who he turned into, he couldn't lie. His identity would immediately be exposed. I can't care so much. Let's go take a look first. 3 days later, Yifei rushed to Martial Spirit City at his fastest speed. He was still a step too late. Martial Spirit City was already under martial law. Unless he had the strength to force his way through, he wouldn't be able to leave Martial God space through Martial Spirit City. Am I going to be trapped here until I die? Yifei hid in the shadows and stared at the city gate. The security was extremely tight. Any warrior who entered the city had to make a blood oath to the heavens and be questioned loudly. Are you impersonating pathless Fa? Did you rob Master Zhu's heavenly silkworm treasure robe and the wind fire gourd? Tell us your true identity. If you dare lie, we'll beat you to death and feed you to the dogs. Hearing the interrogation, Yifei felt his hair stand on end. He suddenly thought of Dongfangyu, who had also entered. If he was interrogated like this, wouldn't Dongfangyu be exposed? Chapter 11:11. Divine fire burning the city under the strict security of Martial Spirit City. Yifei knew that he had nowhere to run, unless he was willing to hide for the rest of his life and never leave the Martial God space. However, that was impossible. The land of buried gods was only open for 3 months. Once the time was up, the land of buried gods would be closed until the next Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list was opened. At the same time, the warriors who were still in the land of buried gods would be killed mercilessly by the rules of the land of buried gods. Since he would die if he escaped, Yifei would of course choose to stay and fight. However, I cannot fight recklessly. I'm not afraid of anyone in a one-on-one fight. However, these disciples will definitely not give me the chance. Once I appear, they will definitely gang up and attack me. It is impossible to barge in recklessly. Yifei was deep in thought, and there was a struggle on his face. However, in order to survive and to leave the martial god space, his gaze finally landed on the wind fire gourd, and there was a flash of ruthlessness in his eyes. In the world of martial arts, the strong are respected. In order to become an expert, one must experience killing. Only by stepping on thousands of corpses can one cut through the thorns and step onto the peak of martial arts. Since these people did not give me a way out, don't blame me for not giving them a way out. Let's see who is more ruthless and who is more courageous. Fa Ehai. Yifei started to send a soul message to Fa Ehai. Through the connection of the blood oath, Fa Ehai, who is still hiding in Martial Spirit City, heard it instantly. He shivered and complained with a long face. Little ancestor, I beg you, let me go. I was really a ghost back then. Why did I have to pledge my loyalty with a blood oath? I really trusted the wrong person. Cut the crap. Have you checked all the warriors in Martial Spirit City? Did you catch anyone? Yifei asked him politely. He and Fa Ehai were in the same boat. If he was unlucky, Fa Ehai would not have it easy either. Hearing that, Fa Ehai was in despair. He knew that he could not go against Yifei. He could only answer honestly. We did not catch anyone. Fa Wudao only gathered all the disciples in the city to set up a killing array and waited for you to appear. Young master, you had better hide. If there is nothing special, don't come out. Hide? Where can I hide? The burial land of the gods is about to close. Since things have already gotten out of hand, I don't mind blowing things up even more. Fa Ehai, Hurry up and find a place to hide underground. The deeper the better, Yi Fei said in a deep voice. After all, Fei Hai was his first follower. If he stayed in the Legalist, he could be a spy. Yi Fei did not want Yi Hai to die too quickly. Young Master Yi, what do you mean? What do you want to do? Fei Hai suddenly felt alarmed. Set the city on fire. Yi Fei grinned and cut off the connection with Fei Hai. In the martial spirit city, Fei Hai was about to explode. He actually wants to burn down the entire martial spirit city. This madman, he wants to start an all-out war with the legalism sect. What sins have I, Fei Hai, committed to follow such a person? While crying and shouting, Fei Hai's movements were very nimble. Like a groundhog, he drilled into the ground with all his might. Boom! Just as Fei Hai drilled into the ground, Yi Fei stopped hiding. With the windfire gourd on his back, he swaggered towards the martial spirit city. Immediately, two terrifying gazes shot out from the city. Like a giant beast changing from hibernation to attack, Fei Wudao stepped on his huge fate wheel. Like a bright moon hanging high in the sky, he stared arrogantly, coldly, and cruelly at Yi Fei. You've got guts. No one has ever dared to impersonate me, Wudao, Fei. Not only did you impersonate me, but you also caused such a huge mess. Take off your mask and let me see who you are. Otherwise, not only will you die, but your family will also be implicated. As if he did not hear Fei Wudao, Yi Fei carried the windfire gourd on his back and strode towards the martial spirit city. His actions infuriated many disciples of the aristocratic families. Suddenly, a terrifying golden beam of light slashed towards him. Zhu Xiaomei was wearing armor and holding a golden halberd. She looked like a mighty goddess of war. She stared at Yi Fei with her almond-shaped eyes. Shameless man, do you still recognize me? Hey, isn't this Zhu? Seeing that you're still a child, I won't argue with you. Take Master Zhu and leave quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me if you die, Yi Fei reminded out of kindness. He was really being kind. However, when those words reached Zhu Xiaomei's ears, they were incomparably ear-piercing, especially when she heard that Yi Fei was actually treating her like a child. Zhu Xiaomei immediately imagined the scene of Yi Fei patting her head. Zhu Xiaomei's eyes turned red. Her dense anger immediately transformed into a terrifying killing intent. I'm going to kill you. Yes, kill him. If we don't kill him, the heavens will not tolerate it. We can't kill him. He still hasn't returned the spirit stones he borrowed from us. Some martialists were alarmed. However, there were even more disciples of aristocratic families who were Zhu Xiaomei's admirers. When they saw Zhu Xiaomei make a move, they all shouted and charged towards Yi Fei. All sorts of martial lights flooded the sky. Fei Wudao didn't make a move. The legalist martialists behind him, including the half-step emperors of Martial Spirit City, all shouted and activated the killing array that they had been preparing for a long time. The killing intent of more than a dozen half-step emperors gathered together and formed a blood-colored giant that was dozens of meters tall. Its huge palms were even bigger than mountains. Both of its hands tore through the sky and reached out to grab Yi Fei. Remember, you forced me to do this. Today, I will go on a killing spree. Ha 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 ha. Yi Fei suddenly laughed maniacally. The intense killing intent made a terrifying demonic aura appear on Yi Fei's body. This was the influence of the battle demon path, which made Yi Fei's eyes turn slightly crazed. However, he still maintained a trace of rationality. He didn't aim the windfire gourd at the other martialists. Instead, he aimed it at the blood-colored giant. Boom! He slapped the bottom of the gourd forcefully, and the windfire gourd immediately turned into a huge volcano. Surging divine flames turned into a red fireball that smashed into the giant's body. The blood-colored giant immediately let out a miserable roar as its huge body was burned to ashes by the divine flames. Finally, the divine flames pierced through the giant and landed on the half-step emperors of the legalist sect controlling the array. They cried out in pain as their powerful bodies were instantly vaporized by the power of the divine flames. Yi Fei didn't tolerate these half-step emperors of the legalist sect. When he saw that the legalist sect had taken control of the elixir world, Yi Fei had already understood who had captured Xiao Chao back then and who had chased Xiao Chao until he had no choice but to flee the land of buried gods and flee to the ends of the earth. It was obvious that this had been done by the legalist sect. The Bailey family was just an accomplice of the legalist sect. This was also why Yi Fei had been targeting Fa Wu Dao. Warning Chen Mingyao was only secondary. His true goal was to help avenge Xiao Chao. Legalist sect, how dare you hurt Xiao Chao? Sooner or later, I will make you pay the price. Yi Fei's heart burned with fury. He sent a ball of divine flames over, followed by another. It turned into a hellish rain of fire that covered half the sky of Martial Spirit City before falling mercilessly. Boom! Chapter 11-12. A battle at the pinnacle. Roaring flames engulfed the entire Martial Spirit City. Apart from the region where the Martial Spirit Steel was, there was fire everywhere. However, apart from the martial saints from the school of legalism, none of the other cultivators were attacked by the flames. Firstly, they discovered that Yi Fei's appearance had caused all the cultivators in the city to come out and watch. Secondly, Yi Fei purposefully avoided them. In the end, his main enemies were the school of legalism. They were the people who had hurt Xiao Chao. Even though Yi Fei's killing intent grew with each passing day, Yi Fei still did his best to control himself and remain true to himself. I've prepared strong alcohol for my friends. I've also prepared weapons for my enemies. This is only my first warning. I'm only targeting the school of legalism. If you don't want to die, get out of my way. Yi Fei walked towards Martial Spirit City with a windfire gourd in his arms. Right now, no one dared to stop Yi Fei. They watched as the flames engulfed Martial Spirit City. Whether it was the half-emperors or martial saints of the school of legalism, they were all as fragile as paper before the flames. I see. You've come from my school of legalism. No wonder you've taken on my appearance. No wonder you've done so many seemingly unreasonable things. The flames burned as Fa Wu Dao stood on his fate wheel. He stood on the walls that were engulfed by flames coldly. He did not even glance at the deaths of his subordinates. In the eyes of the powerful school of legalism, half-emperors were only the most ordinary of powers. Fa Wu Dao did not care how many people died. He only cared about one thing. Fa Wu Dao raised his head and stared at Yi Fei. Fu Renjia, speak. What enmity do you have with my school of legalism? Are you going to represent the Fu family and declare war on my school of legalism? Boom! Fa Wu Dao's words were earth-shattering, shocking countless cultivators. What? This person was Fu Renjia, who had left his name on the martial spirit steel? If nothing unexpected happened, it was very likely that he would become a quasi-emperor in the future. What? He's from the Fu family? Shock filled Zhu Xiaomei's eyes. No, he's not from our Fu family. Our Fu family has already declined. It's impossible for us to give birth to a prodigy like him. A cultivator from the Fu family hurriedly denied this. They did not want to be the scapegoat. There's no need to guess. I'm not from the Fu family. Fu Renjia's name is just Fu Renjia. Yi from Fa Wu Dao's of legalism. Legalism. He wasn't surprised that Fa Wu Dao could see through his identity. After all, only those who had left their names on the heaven and earth ranking could obtain the divine flame. The reason why Yi Fei explained himself was because he didn't want Fu Renjia to be a scapegoat. As he spoke, Yi Fei pretended to take off the mask on his face. He had turned into another man with a cold aura. His face was cold, and his body was filled with evil and demonic aura of leg legalism. Chen Mingyao was very sure. She had almost gotten together with Fu Renjia. She was absolutely sure that this person was not Fu Renjia. Be it in terms of aura or mannerisms, they were completely different. Chen Mingyao felt much better. It seemed like she had made the right choice. Whether it was Yi Fei or Fu Renjia, they were not worthy of being compared to the disciples of the Central Plains. In the North region, they might be geniuses, but in the Central Plains, they're mere ants. How can I, Chen Mingyao, associate myself with ants? Good. What an exquisite disguise. I should have known. You took the test behind our backs. Why would you leave your real name? Legalism clapped his hands and sincerely praised Yi Fei. However, the murderous aura on his body grew thicker. His fate will burn brighter. I don't care who you are or which family's hidden genius. You dare to impersonate me and destroy Martial Spirit City. That's a declaration of war against the legalism sect. Anyone who declares war against the legalism sect will only have one consequence, and that is destruction. Boom! Legalism made his move. The fate wheel beneath his feet turned into a full moon. The divine fire in the surroundings bounced off when it touched the fate wheel. It couldn't hurt legalism at all. This was a testament to his strength. While the other sovereigns were trying to avoid the divine fire, legalism actually stepped on it. The fate wheel beneath his feet suddenly turned into a huge, ancient disc that slashed forward. Come on, legalism. Let me have a taste of it. Yi Fei didn't cower. He suddenly threw the wind fire gourd, which had lost its divine fire, and the celestial silkworm treasure garment at Grandmaster Zhu. Then, Yi Fei stepped into the raging divine fire. This was Yi Fei's plan. He couldn't deal with all the martialists in the city alone, so he might as well fill the entire city with divine fire. Ordinary sovereigns couldn't enter the divine fire. Only true powerhouses could resist the burning of the divine fire for a short period of time. Yi Fei and legalism were undoubtedly such people. Die! As Yi Fei roared, a fierce fist light suddenly appeared in his hand. The fist light was as black as ink, and when it was waved, it created a deathly hurricane. Right now, I still can't deal with the legalism sect. I have to hide my identity. I can't use the power of despair. Then, let me completely unleash the undying martial emperor's ultimate technique. Life and death fist. Yi Fei punched forward. The terrifying power caused the entire void to shake violently. The air was filled with the stench of death, as if he had turned into the Grim Reaper. In fact, Yi Fei's current appearance was the undying martial emperor's. What he unleashed was the purest form of the undying martial emperor's ultimate technique. The deathly fist light collided with legalism's fate wheel. The moonlight on the fate wheel dimmed significantly. At the same time, the deathly aura on Yi Fei's body dissipated significantly. The surrounding divine flames seized this opportunity and hurtled toward Yi Fei to incinerate him. You can block my fate wheel? Unfortunately, you shouldn't have made an enemy out of my legalism. Seeing his fate while being forced back, a cold light flashed through F.A. Wudao's eyes. He did not blame Yi Fei for impersonating him, but he was filled with jealousy and killing intent towards Yi Fei for surpassing him and leaving his name on the martial soul plaque. His murderous intent soon caused F.A. Wudao's aura to reach its peak. Lawless, the dim light of the fate will suddenly became brighter. F.A. Wudao flew over, holding the fate wheel in his hand as if he was holding the moon. Horrifying power roared and blew all the godly fire to Yi Fei. This lawless F.A. is indeed an expert. Not only is he strong enough, he can even use the divine fire to interfere with my mind. What a pity. Ignoring the surrounding divine flames, Yi Fei's body suddenly emitted a strange telekinesis. Get out of my way. With a shout, he performed a hand seal and pointed forward. Instantly, the divine flames that were whistling through the air froze and turned into flaming flowers of different heights. Afterwards, Yi Fei stepped on the sparks and leapt high into the air. He unleashed his full strength in a fist of life and death and smashed the ground. At the same time, he removed the control of his telekinesis. The frozen sparks in the surroundings immediately exploded, forming a dense and terrifying rain of fire. It turned around and shot towards F.A. Wudao. Great! F.A. Wudao sneered. As the first young master, I'm not just arrogant and lawless. My laws are the laws of the world. Chapter 11:13. Bloodline suppression after all. The divine fire had left the battle god fire well. Its power was limited. It could stop an ordinary sovereign, but it could not stop a superpower house like Fa Wu Dao. But this was good. Even if he defeated Fa Wu Dao with the divine fire, he would not be convinced. Yi Fuqian would use his strongest power to finish off his opponent. Die! Yi Fei dashed forward. His fist turned into a deadly meteor and collided with Fa Wu Dao's fate wheel, creating a loud noise that shook the earth. How dare you come into contact with my fate wheel? You're courting death. Die! The giant fate will suddenly spun rapidly. It created a terrifying storm. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers, 6 layers. A total of 6 layers of storm swept across the entire martial spirit city. Everything in the storm was crushed and turned into ashes. The void began to collapse as if it could not withstand the power. Fear flashed across Yi Fei's eyes. Fa Wu Dao's strength was terrifying. However, the stronger his opponent was, the more Yi Fei's battle intent surged. Before the storm swept over, a terrifying wave of telekinesis appeared on Yi Fei's body. He stared forward. Boom! The hurricane of heaven and earth, including lawless law, paused for a moment. Master Zhu opened his eyes wide and pointed at Yi Fei. He was so shocked that he could not say a word. What Yi Fei had used was the fixed form of telekinesis. It was a technique that was used when forging weapons. Now, Yi Fei was using it in a battle. Zhu Xiaomei was also confused. That guy seems to be using the Zhu family's forging principles. Can the principles be used like this? Undoubtedly, Yi Fei's strange way of attacking had attracted the attention of the Zhu family. Then, everyone heard a loud explosion. The fixed form of forging principles was just Yi Fei's sudden idea. It could only stop the fate wheel for a short time. At the same time, Yi Fei released the complete immortal force. The power of the life and death fist was gradually increasing. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 6 times. 6-fold life or death fist. It even contained a trace of death chi from the profound of life and death. With just 1 punch, it shattered the hurricane before Xiao Chun, causing it to dissipate into the air. When Yi Fei was about to destroy Fa Wu Dao's fate wheel as well, Yi Fei suddenly stopped. Law outside the law. The imprisoned lawless suddenly opened his mouth and spat out an even more terrifying godly sound. Instantly, he broke free of Yi Fei's telekinesis. Lawless was enraged. He used a mysterious extra-legal technique and became the master of this world. All of a sudden, his fate wheel exploded, forming layers of destructive ripples that dashed toward Yi Fei. This is my last move. I'll send you to hell. Fa Wu Dao's eyes were bloodshot. Kill me? Are you thinking too much? Yi Fei's face suddenly revealed a ruthless expression. He didn't step back. Instead, he raised his fist and punched at the fate wheel coming at him. His fists collided with the fate wheel. Is this guy crazy? Such a crazy move shocked many martial artists. Legalism was strong not only because of the number of quasi-emperors they had, but also because of their fate wheel bloodline. This was a very special bloodline. It could be used as a weapon and was extremely tough. Now, Yi Fei actually wanted to use his fist to block the toughest and sharpest fate wheel of legalism. Was he crazy? The spectating cultivators were not the only ones who thought Yi Fei was crazy. Even Taoist Fa showed disdain on his face. So what if he can leave his name on the martial soul steel? In terms of bloodline, few quasi-emperor clans can surpass me. Today, I'll crush him with the power of my bloodline. Blood wheel of destiny. Fa Wu Dao's eyes suddenly turned bloodshot, like a man-eating demon. Under his control, the fate wheel in his hand turned into a blood wheel. It tore through the air and shattered the ground. The ground they were standing on was instantly destroyed, unable to withstand the pressure of the blood wheel. The expressions of many martial artists immediately changed. They knew that Fa Wu Dao was about to use his specialty, bloodline suppression. As long as the opponent's special bloodline was inferior to Fa Wu Dao's, they would be suppressed by the blood wheel of destiny. This was the same principle as high-grade vicious beasts suppressing low-grade vicious beasts. At the same time, This was a special power of the legalist bloodline. Only 3 quasi-emperor families could ignore the bloodline suppression of the legalist school. Judging from how Yi Fei had hidden his identity time and time again, F.A. Wu Dao was very confident that Yi Fei was definitely not from one of the 3 families. If this person comes from one of those families, he has no need to hide at all. Even if you can leave your name on a martial spirit tablet, I can still kill you as long as your bloodline is inferior to mine. The chance to kill Yi Fei was right before him. F.A. Wu Dao's aura immediately became even more violent, like a raging flood. The huge blood made the world seem like it no longer existed. Only the huge blood wheel continued to crush Yi Fei. Bloodline suppression? Interesting. Unfortunately, I don't have any special bloodline. What I do have is intent. Let's see if your bloodline or my intent is stronger. Intent of life and death. Fist of death. Boom. Yi Fei finally stopped hiding. He had unleashed all of his primordial spirit, waiting for the moment when F.A. Wu Dao let his guard down. That was the only time he could seriously injure F.A. Wu Dao. If he revealed his primordial spirit too early, he might scare F.A. Wu Dao away and not dare to fight him alone. If he revealed his primordial spirit too late, once the threat of the divine fire was gone, the other disciples would most likely rush in and surround him. This was just the right time. Rumble. Undying power turned into a tsunami, erupting from Yi Fei's fist. It formed a ripple of death that spread out in all directions. At the same time, the undying force condensed behind Yi Fei, forming a huge skeleton phantom. It appeared behind him, erupting with a deathly aura like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Dang! A loud sound rang out. Yi Fei's fist of death, which contained all of his strength, fiercely smashed on the edge of the blood wheel. The sharp blood wheel was immediately smashed by the fist. F.A. Wu Dao groaned. He was terrified to see that his strongest blood wheel was covered with dense cracks. Before he could activate his bloodline power to repair the cracks, there was a loud bang. The blood wheel of destiny was shattered by the undying power Yi Fei injected into it. The pieces fell to F.A. Wu Dao's side. F.A. Wu Dao's blood wheel was the condensation of his special bloodline. Once it was shattered, F.A. Wu Dao not only suffered a great backlash, but more importantly, he would have to pay a great price to regenerate his fate wheel in the future. Chapter 11:14. The heavenly wheel of nirvana. There was an uproar. The blood wheel of fate has actually shattered. The school of legalism's so-called toughest special bloodline has actually been shattered by someone's bare hands. He really is a prodigy who has left his name on the martial spirit plaque. Who is he? Which clan does he come from? Yi Fei's performance shocked all the disciples present. Only now did they understand a little that Yi Fei had not left his name on the martial spirit plaque by luck. Instead, it was due to his true strength. Even F.A. Wu Dao, who had the strongest bloodline, could not suppress his strength. A few disciples who wanted to use the chaos to launch sneak attacks on Yi Fei immediately gave up on that thought. They retreated back into the crowd silently. He's actually so powerful. Why haven't I heard of him before in the clans? Zhu Xiaomei wielded her golden halberd. She was also a prodigy, and she was only slightly weaker than F.A. Wu Dao. Zhu Xiaomei wielded her halberd right now. She wanted to kill her way in regardless of anything and settle her debts with Yi Fei. However, when she saw Yi Fei smash the blood-red wheel with his fists, Zhu Xiaomei hesitated again. She was shocked as well. She was unable to connect the crazy Yi Fei with the evil young man who had taken advantage of her earlier. Which one is the real him? Crazy and brave? Or is he evil and stern? Third miss, don't be fooled by this kid's appearance. He's brave, he's evil, but he's neither of them. He's both righteous and evil. He's quite a good seedling. It's a pity that he shouldn't have offended the school of legalism. He has no idea how powerful the school of legalism is. Master Zhu appeared before Zhu Xiaomei silently. Without saying anything, he forcefully dragged Zhu Xiaomei back. After all, this was a matter between Yi Fei and the school of legalism. Yi Fei's actions of returning the robe and gored to him finally convinced Master Zhu that Yi Fei had no ill intentions towards him or the Zhu family. What an interesting junior. He actually managed to condense a fire seed without my guidance. If it weren't for his deep enmity with the school of legalism, I would really want to take him in as a disciple, Master Zhu sighed inside. However, when he saw the empty wind-fire gourd, his face twitched again. He picked it up in a hurry and went around collecting the scattered divine fires. These divine fires are crucial to me breaking through to Emperor's preceptor. That bastard, if he's setting them on fire, he's setting them all. Master Zhu, no longer master, Zhu hurriedly picked up the scattered divine fires. Zhu Xiaomei's face was filled with hesitation. In the end, she had been patted on the head by Yi Fei like a pet. She was very unhappy in her heart. Even if Yi Fei was very strong, she still wanted to go up and get back at him. Therefore, she raised her golden halberd again. But before she could charge into the fire, a loud boom came from the raging flames in the martial spirit city. Then the entire martial spirit city shook violently. Yi Fei also looked ahead in surprise. His fate wheel is destroyed and his bloodline is damaged. How can lawless Fa emit such a powerful aura? This aura is a quasi-thearch weapon. Yi Fei's expression turned serious. He had underestimated Lawless. Just like how he had disguised himself as someone else, his arrogance and tyrannical aura had been a disguise for Lawless. That wasn't the real Lawless Fa. The real Lawless Fa was strong. He was stronger than anyone had expected. Those who had been hit by Yi Fei's life and death mysteries, such as Bailey Zhen and the West Sword Monarch, had all been killed by Yi Fei in one move. However, Lawless Fa had managed to block his life and death mysteries. Even though he had relied on the power of a quasi-thearch weapon, this scene still shocked Yi Fei. He had to rush out of Martial Spirit City before Lawless Fa recovered. Only then would he have a way to return to the burial land of gods. Leave? Where do you think you're going? Since you destroyed my fate wheel, you should be prepared to die. No one could surpass me, Lawless Fa. No one. Lawless Fa had gone crazy. The destruction of his fate wheel was a heavy blow to him. This kind of blow made Fa Wu Dao furious. A black whirlwind started to condense around him. Inside the whirlwind, a black heavenly wheel suddenly appeared with a halo of time floating around it. How is this possible? How can Lawless Fa have two fate wheels? It's not a fate wheel. It's a quasi-thearch weapon of the legalists, the Nirvana Heavenly Wheel, and it's a supreme grade Heavenly Wheel. It's something left behind by a legalist martial monarch after his death. Grandmaster Zhu's expression was grave. As a weapons grandmaster, he could see how strong Lawless Fa's foundation was. With this heavenly wheel, Lawless Fa could even kill a half-step martial monarch. However, in the next second, Lawless Fa's actions shocked Grandmaster Zhu and everyone else. When he threw the Nirvana Heavenly Wheel at Yi Fei, it actually exploded in midair. Lawless Fa is also a madman. He didn't hesitate to detonate his quasi-emperor weapon to kill me. Yi Fei's eyelids twitched. He suddenly felt a terrifying aura from the exploding heavenly wheel. It was the aura of a martial monarch, even though it was very weak. However, when this aura was released, the divine fire that was burning the entire martial spirit city was suppressed and extinguished. With a loud bang, the entire martial spirit city was torn to pieces and turned into ashes at the moment the Nirvana Heavenly Wheel self-destructed. Is Lawless Fa crazy? The Nirvana Heavenly Wheel is the treasure of the legalists. How dare he detonate it? Zhu Xiaomei's eyes widened. As a genius of an aristocratic family, she couldn't understand Yi Fei. Now, she couldn't even understand Lawless Fa. Third miss, Lawless Fa isn't crazy. He used a quasi-emperor weapon to kill a future martial monarch. It's a good plan. What a pity. Grandmaster Zhu shook his head. His expression suddenly turned serious as he looked in Yi Fei's direction. This is Lawless Fa's ultimate move. Yi Fei's expression became even more serious. The explosion of a quasi-emperor weapon wasn't a joke. Even a martial monarch could be killed instantly if he wasn't careful. Furthermore, Lawless Fa didn't just detonate his heavenly wheel. When the quasi-emperor weapon exploded, Lawless Fa cut his finger. Drops of blood flew out and quickly merged with the heavenly wheel. Soon, an even more terrifying aura of a martial monarch appeared. That aura made Yi Fei's hair stand on end. He suddenly recalled the scene in the martial imperial palace where the stone puppet had summoned the remnant soul of the three ultimate martial monarch. Yi Fei suddenly had a terrifying thought. Oh no, Lawless Fa is summoning the martial monarch soul. He wants to use the martial monarch soul to kill me. I have to stop him. Yi Fei couldn't care less about running away. Once Lawless Fa summoned the martial monarch's soul, he would be killed instantly no matter how fast he ran. Life and death ultimacy, fist of death. Boom, boom, boom. The entire sky went berserk. When Yi Fei's life and death ultimacy reached its peak, the skeleton behind him turned into a gloomy light beam that devoured life. It smashed towards a nirvana heavenly wheel, which had turned into a whirlpool. Chapter 11:15. Ancestor of Dharma's Real Spirit. Destiny Wheel. Ancestor of Dharma's Real Spirit. Kill him. Fa Wu Dao roared. His face was ferocious, but it soon turned into a look of deep hatred. At this moment, his voice had turned into a curse. Threads of black curse power entered the nirvana wheel that had exploded into a whirlpool along with Fa Wu Dao's blood. Bang! With a loud boom, the chi of nirvana emerged from the whirlpool. It was also the chi of time. A blurry figure strode out of the whirlpool. He wore a dharma crown and stepped on a black cloud. He held a fate wheel in his hand and controlled thunder and lightning with his body. That's the ancestor of Dharma from the legalists. As expected, he died. Then, his bloodline fate wheel turned into the heavenly wheel of nirvana that protects Lawless. Grandmaster Zhu's body trembled. Even in the battle god space, the ancestor of Dharma's real spirit was suppressed and could only use the combat strength of a half-emperor. However, a half-martial emperor was enough to slaughter all of these people with a single palm strike. As soon as the ancestor of Dharma appeared, the thousands of spectating disciples were speechless. The chi of nirvana and death filled the air. Zhu Xiaomei's face suddenly turned pale. She stepped back and murmured, "A half-saint can summon the ancestor of Dharma's real spirit. Is Fa Wu Dao really that strong? Not only is he strong, but he's also shameless. It was a one-on-one fight, but you summoned the real spirit of a martial emperor. I've learned about the legalist methods." Yi Fei's anger soared to the sky. If it was a one-on-one fight, he wouldn't complain even if he died. However, Fa Wu Dao was too insidious. He couldn't defeat Yi Fei, so he summoned the real spirit of a martial emperor to bully the weak. No matter how strong Fa Wu Dao's bloodline was, he was still despicable. "Haha, whatever you say. You deserve to die for destroying my fate wheel. You deserve to die for making the legalists your enemy. As long as I can kill you, it's my ability." Fa Wu Dao also knew that what he had done was despicable. However, the destruction of his fate wheel had driven him mad with rage. "I'll kill him no matter what. I won't lose. I won't lose. Ancestor of Dharma's real spirit, kill him." Yes. An ancient voice came from the mouth of the technique ancestor's true spirit. It was this divine voice that had actually pulverized Yi Fei's death match. The powerful profound of life and death couldn't harm the ancestor of technique's true spirit. On the contrary, the ancestor of technique's deafening voice shook Yi Fei until he spat out blood from his nose and mouth. He felt as if all the bones in his body were about to shatter. If he was already in such a state, many of the disciples of the aristocratic families near the martial spirit city were sent flying and vomiting blood. They were severely injured by the divine sound and fainted on the spot. That was the power of a martial emperor. Even though it was a real spirit, even though it could only display the fighting strength of a half-emperor, the ancestor of techniques was still extremely terrifying. "Kill! Law Pathless roared again. His face was ferocious as he pointed at Yi Fei. His eyes were filled with hatred and murderous intent. At the same time, the ancestor of techniques, who looked like a giant in the sky, actually followed his movements and got into a fighting posture. It was as if Pathless Law had become the ancestor of techniques, and the ancestor of techniques had become Pathless Law. Following Pathless Law's movements, the ancestor of techniques in the sky took out a terrifying fate wheel the size of a mountain from behind him. It was the fate wheel of a martial emperor. Even though it was also suppressed by the martial god's space, its power was still extremely terrifying. The ancestor of techniques waved the fate wheel, and half of the divine fire in the martial spirit city was extinguished by the fate wheel. Just by touching the fate wheel, Yi Fei felt as if his body had been ruthlessly slashed by a knife. There was a huge gash on his body, and blood spurted into the sky. Immortal power, retreat. Yi Fei's face was grave, and there was a faint trace of fear. If he hadn't been afraid of exposing his identity, he could have activated the despair power. Even if he was facing a martial emperor real spirit, he wouldn't have been so badly injured. However, he couldn't. Therefore, Yi Fei could only retreat and use the immortal power to heal his body. Die! Pathless Law shouted. His voice was shrill like a ferocious ghost. The ancestor techniques also shouted. Horrifying sound waves tore the sky apart and formed a frightening thunderbolt. Then, the ancestor techniques took a step forward and crossed half of the martial spirit city. The huge fate wheel carried with it a horrifying murderous intent. It was ruthless and cold as it smashed towards Yi Fei. Yi Fei couldn't escape. Under the pressure of the ancestor of technique's real spirit, Yi Fei's flesh and bones were about to be crushed by the immortal power. He could only stand where he was and squint at the mountain-sized fate wheel that was smashing towards him. If it hit him, he would be smashed into pieces immediately. He's doomed. It's a pity that I didn't manage to kill him myself. Zhu Xiaomei held the golden halberd in her hand, and her eyes were filled with regret. She really couldn't forget the fact that Yi Fei had patted her head. So that's fine too. This kid's origins are unknown, and he's learned the general principles of our Zhu family's forging. Even though it's only a small portion, he'll still be a disaster if we keep him around. Master Zhu stroked his beard and looked at the robe, and gored Yi Fei had returned to him. He could not help but sigh deeply. This is what happens when you go against the school of legalism. So what if he's left his name on the martial spirit tablet? He'll still die before he can rise. Wait, the martial spirit tablet. Don't tell me he's... Rumble. Before that person could speak, the entire martial spirit city suddenly exploded with a deafening sound. This deafening sound instantly turned the entire martial spirit city into ashes. Many people looked at the ancestor of techniques who was wielding his fate wheel in shock. The ancestor of techniques was extremely furious. He lifted his fate wheel up like a mountain and smashed it down again. He wanted to smash Yi Fei into meat paste. However, there was one thing that stopped it. It was the martial spirit tablet. No one had thought that Yi Fei would actually flee to the bottom of the martial spirit tablet. The martial spirit tablet was protected by an ancient seal. The seal would not stop cultivators from testing themselves. When the cultivator's cultivation exceeded the limits of the test, the martial spirit tablet would launch a fierce counterattack. However, the ancestor of techniques had clearly exceeded the limits of the martial spirit tablet. The seal of the martial spirit tablet was immediately triggered. A powerful, golden light erupted from the martial spirit tablet, blocking the fate wheel from the ancestor of techniques. Yi Fei was pleasantly surprised and certain. I knew it. I knew it. The martial spirit tablet is so special. Why didn't the quasi-emperors forcefully take it away or destroy it? It's not that they don't want to, it's that they can't. So what if Wu Dao Fa has summoned the ancestor of techniques? He still can't destroy the seal of the martial spirit tablet. Wu Dao Fa had discovered Yi Fei's actions as well, which was why he became furious. He went as far as to use the ancestor of techniques to smash his fate wheel at the martial spirit tablet again and again. Bastard, Come out if you have the balls and hide under the martial spirit tablet. What kind of man are you? Get out here and die. What's the point of going out? Come in if you have the balls, and let's fight for 10,000 rounds. Yi Fei's battle intent surged as he curled his finger at Wu Dao Fa. It angered Wu Dao Fa so much that he vomited blood on the spot. His gaze became even more venomous. You're not coming out? Fine. I have plenty of ways to kill you. Boom. The ancestor of techniques stopped attacking the martial spirit tablet. His huge fate will suddenly change directions, fanning towards the flames that were still burning in the surroundings. Wherever the fate wheel fanned the ancestor of techniques, the flames would be extinguished. The char ground would appear. Chapter 11:16. Wild Dance of the Swords. Boom. 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 Under Fa Wu Dao's control, the giant-like true spirit of the ancestor of techniques raised his fate wheel and fanned it wildly. The god fire was extremely powerful, but it was still a fire without a foundation. This was not the martial god's fire well either. Yi Fei watched in shock as the ancestor of techniques' fate wheel fanned out swathes of god fire. Master Zhu roared out furiously. The god fire was crucial to his breakthrough to Emperor's Preceptor. Yi Fei had let it go, and now Fa Wu Dao wanted to extinguish it. What two little bastards! Unlike Master Zhu, many disciples could not help but become restless when they saw the god fire gradually extinguish. Even though they already knew that Yi Fei was only targeting the school of legalism, they were still implicated. They had suffered heavy losses because of Yi Fei. They had to recoup their losses. Many people began to become restless. They were waiting for Wu Dao to extinguish the god fire so that they could charge into the city. Damn you, Wu Dao Fa. You win. Yi Fei gritted his teeth as a smear of cold light appeared on his face. Wu Dao Fa was definitely the most powerful opponent he had ever faced. He had used the martial spirit tablet to block the ancestor of techniques attack, but Fa Wu Dao immediately changed his attitude. He wanted to extinguish the god fire and force Yi Fei out. Even though he knew it was Fa Wu Dao's scheme, Yi Fei knew that he had to fight when he saw the god fire gradually extinguish. If he continued to avoid the battle, the disciples outside would all charge, and once the god fire was extinguished, what awaited him would be an even more dangerous situation. He had to go for it. Yi Fei suddenly turned into a streak of light and charged out of the martial spirit tablet. You really have fallen for it. Fa Wu Dao sneered. His fate will have been destroyed, so he looked at Yi Fei with deep hatred. Fa Wu Dao moved. The ancestor of techniques in the sky immediately turned. The fate wheel that was fanning the god fire suddenly turned into a huge, ancient disk. It whipped towards Yi Fei viciously. If it hit him, the half-emperor's attack could instantly crush him to pieces. However, there was no fear on Yi Fei's face. Instead, he revealed a very vicious expression. He even subconsciously glanced at Grandmaster Zhu. Although he couldn't reveal his true strength, Yi Fei wasn't completely helpless against this terrifying ancestor of techniques. He was only concerned about Grandmaster Zhu. This person was also the only one who knew his weakness. Now, we can only bet that Grandmaster Zhu will not reveal the secret of the ice bow because of Di Shihin's oath. Otherwise, Yi Fei wouldn't have returned the heavenly silkworm treasured robe and windfire gourd to Grandmaster Zhu so quickly. He had already expressed his sincerity, and now it was up to Grandmaster Zhu to decide. Besides, I have no way out now. I don't want to expose the power of despair. The only thing I can use to fight against the ancestor of techniques is my ice bow. Yi Fei clenched his teeth. The moment the fate wheel was about to hit him, he quickly touched his interspatial belt, and Martial Emperor Hanbing's ice bow appeared in his hand. The bow then enlarged rapidly. Soon, Yi Fei's hands were filled with huge bows and arrows. It was different from the Ice Emperor's ice bow. The completely repaired ice bow not only had its power increased tremendously, but even the appearance of the ice bow had changed drastically. The moment the ice bow was revealed, it didn't look like an ice bow. It looked more like two huge ice dragons that were twisting and turning. The dragon heads bit together and formed the sacred bow. This young man has finally used this treasure. However, he has a bow, but no arrows. How is he going to defend against the ancestor of technique's attack? Grandmaster Zhu smiled. He finally understood why Yi Fei had returned his treasured robe and gourd. It turned out that he was trying to be friendly. After all, he was the one who had made the ice bow. Based on this, it wouldn't be difficult to find out Yi Fei's true identity. It's a pity that I've already sworn on my Emperor Master Spirit. This brat also somehow managed to condense my fire seed. Even if I know this clue, I can't tell anyone. Sigh. Grandmaster Zhu sighed. In the end, he gave up on the idea of exposing Yi Fei. What kind of boundary emperor weapon is that? Why do I feel that the ancestor of technique's true spirit is trembling? It's a pity that he has a bow, but no arrows. This is my chance. Ancestor of techniques, kill him immediately. Roar. The ancestor of techniques spat out a godly sound. Even though he was intimidated by the ice bow's aura, he still raised his fate wheel again and used an even more powerful force to smash forward. From afar, it looked like a giant who had picked the moon with his bare hands. It was terrifying. This was the power of the ancestor of technique's true spirit. It's a pity that no matter how strong the true spirit is, it's still an inanimate object. Ancestor of techniques, since you're already dead, let me destroy you completely. Who said that I have a bow, but no arrows? Fa Wu Dao. Open your dog eyes wide and look carefully. Sword of ice. The wind howled and the world was frozen. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Fei finally pulled open the gigantic ice bow in his hands. With the activation of the ice bow, the two frost dragons on the bow seemed to have come alive. They let out terrifying dragon roars. The scariest thing was that the dragon roars turned into terrifying hailstones that rained down in all directions. Arrows come. Yi Fei pulled open the ice bow with both hands. He used telekinesis, and suddenly, terrifying sword roars came out of his space belt. A golden holy sword was placed on the bow by Yi Fei. It instantly fused with the ice bow and turned into a gigantic golden sword that was dozens of meters long. Whoosh! There was a huge explosion in the sky. The golden sword suddenly turned into a beam of golden light and flew out. When it hit the ancestor of technique's fate wheel, it suddenly exploded. The explosion of a supreme quality imperial weapon immediately made the ancestor of technique's giant body tremble. Fa Wu Dao's face was filled with disdain and astonishment. So what if you exploded a supreme quality imperial weapon? I exploded a pseudo-emperor weapon to summon the ancestor of technique's true spirit. You think you're qualified to compete with me? Ignoring Fa Wu Dao's mockery, Yi Fei shot out his sword. He quickly retreated and suddenly grabbed two more golden holy swords and placed them on the bow. Two more golden swords exploded next to the ancestor of techniques. The ancestor of techniques was furious. He quickly used his fate wheel as a shield to block the explosion of the supreme quality imperial weapons. At this moment, a cold smile flashed across Yi Fei's face. Blocking is useless. I don't have many things on me, but I have many imperial weapons. If I can't shoot you to death, I'll explode you to death. Let's see who's more ruthless. Arrows come. Ice bow shoot. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Next, Yi Fei's sword dance was completely one-sided. He didn't have any ice arrows, but under the suppression of the martial god space, the ancestor of technique's true spirit could only display the fighting strength of a half-emperor. As long as he was a half-emperor, he could be killed by an imperial weapon. If one sword wasn't enough, he would use two. If two swords weren't enough, he would use 10 or 20. Anyway, Yi Fei didn't have many things on him, but he had a lot of golden holy swords. He madly pulled his bow, and countless golden swords turned into dazzling golden sword lights that covered the sky and tore the earth apart. At this moment, the terrifying sword lights had engulfed everything. The power of the imperial weapon's explosion and the ice bow's amplification caused the earth and the void to shatter. Whoosh! Chapter 1117. Fleeing in panic as soon as he finished speaking, the sky had gone completely berserk. The self-destruction of a single golden sword was not terrifying. But what about the self-destruction of 2, 3, 10, 20, 50, 100 golden swords? How magnificent would that be? Apart from the martial spirit steel, which was protected by the restrictions, the other spaces in the martial spirit city had all collapsed. It was like a landslide, like a tsunami. Yifei was simply too crazy. He actually caused a total of 100 golden holy swords to explode. What was even crazier was that it was not his own power that caused the golden holy swords to explode. Instead, it was the ice bow that was amplified by a half-imperial armament. A self-destruction like this had undoubtedly exceeded the limits of what cultivators could imagine. Many people only saw the sky and earth vanish under the terrifying dance of swords. There was only endless sword light and Yi Fei's figure as he frantically drew the ice bow. Madman. He's a true madman. He wants to destroy the martial god space and all of us. Many disciples could clearly see that the entire martial god space was shaking violently as Yi Fei drew the bow in a frenzy, as if it could not withstand Yi Fei's crazy destructive power. If they could stop Yi Fei, everyone present, including Zhu Xiaomei and Grandmaster Zhu, would stop him from drawing the bow at all costs. He was crazy. That was everyone's evaluation of Yi Fei. We can't let him continue like this. His crazy destruction might trigger the final restriction of the martial god space and destroy us all. Heavens, who can stop this madman? I don't want him to return the spiritual stones. I just don't want to be killed by him. Save me. Even Yi Fei had never imagined that he would behave so crazily when he used the sword as a bow. However, the crazier Yi Fei was, the calmer and crazier he became. His eyes became brighter and brighter. Everything he had done recently flashed through his mind. Then, Yi Fei suddenly discovered something from the depths of his mind. His face involuntarily revealed a trace of shock, a trace of fear, and then a trace of dense anger. Human demon. Boom! Heaven and earth thunder, purple lightning snake. The words human and demon seemed to contain some kind of taboo, which caused the entire martial god space to shudder violently, as if it was going to collapse at any second. Crazy, he's really crazy. Heavens, let's not fight with this lunatic anymore. The young masters of the aristocratic families present were all going crazy. The damage they had done to Yi Fei had reached an indescribable level. However, everyone knew that if Yi Fei continued to wreak havoc, the entire martial god space might be destroyed by Yi Fei. What a crazy brat. Third miss, please don't try to take revenge on him in the future, Master Zhu said sincerely. He was actually trying to persuade Zhu Xiaomei to let go of her grudge with Yi Fei. Zhu Xiaomei did not say a word. She only widened her eyes and looked at the sky in disbelief. In the sky, Yi Fei kept drawing his bow. He seemed to have forgotten everything, but also seemed to want to release all the darkness and anger in his heart through the ice bow. After 10 swords, the giant body of the ancestor of techniques could no longer move forward. 20 swords exploded. The ancestor of techniques, who had raised his fate wheel, started to wobble. Ah! Eyes red, F.A. Wudao desperately activated his bloodline to control the ancestor of technique's true spirit to stabilize his body. However, what scared F.A. Wudao out of his wits was that Yi Fei's 30th golden sword exploded in the sky. Roar! The ancestor of technique's true spirit let out a furious roar. The fate wheel in his hand could no longer support Yi Fei's crazy drawing and exploded in the sky. F.A. Wudao was seriously injured and spat out a mouthful of blood. The tragic thing was that Yi Fei did not feel F.A. Wudao's pain at all. He continued to draw the bow. Then, 40 rays of sword light, 50 rays of sword light, 60 rays of sword light, like a torrential downpour, instantly drowned the true spirit of the ancestor of techniques. The entire martial spirit city's foundation was shaking. F.A. Ihai, who had dug a hole to hide underground, was almost buried alive. The one who suffered the most was the ancestor of technique's true spirit. His entire body was blasted into pieces by the exploding sword lights. However, Yi Fei did not seem to notice. He continued to draw the bow. Without the ancestor of technique's true spirit, his swords were aimed at Fa Wu Dao's real body. Fa Wu Dao could no longer maintain his initial arrogance. The destruction of the ancestor of technique's true spirit was a devastating blow to his confidence. Seeing that Yi Fei did not want to let him go and continued to draw the ice bow, Fa Wu Dao felt so wrong that he spat out black blood 3 meters away. If it weren't for that ice bow, if it weren't for all those swords, Fa Wu Dao would not have lost. My ancestor of technique's true spirit would not have been destroyed. Fa Wu Dao roared at the sky, his hair disheveled. Then, he glared at Yi Fei with eyes full of hatred and jealousy. Suddenly, he turned around and fled. He had no idea how many more golden swords Yi Fei had yet to blow up, but he no longer dared to gamble with his life. He was completely terrified. He even ignored the gazes of everyone present and ignored his status as the first young master of the School of Legalism. He directly turned around and fled for his life out of Martial Spirit City. No way. Fa Wu Dao, who has the strongest bloodline, is running away in fear? Thousands of disciples watched in disbelief as Fa Wu Dao fled. No one had expected that Fa Wu Dao, who had the strongest bloodline and could even summon the ancestor of technique's true spirit, would be beaten like a dog. Wu Dao, no, you can't leave me behind. Suddenly, a beautiful figure rushed toward Fa Wu Dao in fear. It was Chun Mingyao. She was Fa Wu Dao's woman. The scene of Yi Fei mercilessly slaughtering the legalists was like a nightmare to her. It scared her out of her wits. She did not want to die, so she could only run. She had Fa Wu Dao take her with him. Thus, Chun Mingyao blocked Fa Wu Dao's path as fast as she could. She wanted to throw herself into Fa Wu Dao's arms like usual. If it were any other time, Fa Wu Dao would definitely take Chun Mingyao with him. Unfortunately, Fa Wu Dao was scared out of his wits. Seeing someone blocking his path of escape, he did not even think. He sent a palm strike through the air. Scram! Fa Wu Dao charged into the distance mercilessly. When he saw that the person he had injured was Chun Mingyao, a trace of guilt appeared in his heart. However, he quickly became cold and savage. I'm a young master of the legalists. I can have any woman I want. She's just a toy. So what if I lose her? Oomph. A toy? We once swore an oath of eternal love. I gave up everything for you. In the end, I'm just a toy in your heart? Chun Mingyao vomited blood as she fell to the ground. She could not believe that the man who had doted on her, loved her, protected her, and obeyed her would suddenly become so heartless. Chapter 11:18. The flames of war. Chun Mingyao could not accept this. In the North region, she was the most beautiful fairy Mingyao. All the geniuses were infatuated with her. In the Middle Continent, she was also a top beauty. Even a young master of a quasi-emperor family like Fa Wu Dao was infatuated with her. But now, in front of everyone, the man who had once pledged his undying love to her and made her give up everything for him had cruelly abandoned her and humiliated her. Chun Mingyao could not accept this. Looking at Fa Wu Dao's miserable figure fleeing, Chun Mingyao was sad at first, but soon an even stronger anger filled her eyes. Her eyes were filled with hatred. She didn't run anymore. Instead, she risked her life. She looked at Yi Fei, who also ran out of the fire. Chun Mingyao recovered her beautiful face. She looked at Yi Fei, then pointed at the escaping Fa Wu Dao and screamed hysterically, "Kill him! Help me kill him! Are you ordering me?" Yi Fei looked at Chun Mingyao with a complicated expression. She was once a genius of the North region. She had once captivated many warriors. But at this moment, she was just a pitiful person who was hysterical and blinded by desire, power, and hatred. With a sad smile on her face, Chun Mingyao earnestly pleaded with Yi Fei. "I beg you, help me kill him. He abandoned me. I want to abandon him too. I hate him. I want to take his life. As long as you kill him, I will be yours. I don't care if I'm a toy or a servant. From now on, I will belong to you forever." Let go of her anger and hatred. Chun Mingyao quickly adjusted her state of mind. A moment ago, she had been abandoned. The next moment, she could sell her life with a smile. What a terrifying woman. Yifei sympathized with Chun Mingyao, but more than that, he sighed deeply. Chun Mingyao had really changed. She had become unfamiliar, realistic, and cruel. She no longer belonged to the North region. She was no longer the genius of the North region. She had lost her pride and dignity. He thought of Chun Mingyao's betrayal and the warriors of the northern region who had died in the outer sea because of her betrayal. Yifei sighed. He gave up on the idea of killing Chun Mingyao. Sometimes, living is more painful than dying. Chun Mingyao, I will let you witness the rise of the northern territory with your own eyes. Live to witness the glory of me, Fu Renjia, Lin Tianjiao, and all the other martial artists of the Northern Territory. However, that kind of glory no longer belongs to you, he thought to himself. Yifei's expression had already returned to its usual coldness as he coldly walked towards Chun Mingyao. Just as the latter thought that her beauty had moved Yifei, Chun Mingyao turned around to look at him. Yifei suddenly turned around. He completely treated Chun Mingyao as air. Yifei walked around Chun Mingyao, held the ice bow, and went in front of Master Zhu. "What are you doing?" Zhu Xiaomei was heroic. She was clearly a woman, but when she held her golden battle halberd, many people could clearly feel a strong, domineering aura from her. Even though Wu Dao Fa had fled pathetically, even though Yi Fei's madness had frightened the disciples of the aristocratic families and made them not dare to make an enemy out of him, Zhu Xiaomei still dared to confront him. However, Zhu Xiaomei still dared to confront Yi Fei. Her eyes didn't show any signs of surrender. Faintly, there was even a trace of battle intent. "Don't worry. I'm not here to fight with you. I'm only here to thank Master Zhu." "Master Zhu, thank you." Yi Fei put away his ice bow and suddenly bowed deeply to Master Zhu respectfully. The battle just now had been very dangerous. The ancestor of technique's true spirit was terrifying enough to kill all the warriors present. If Master Zhu had not repaired his ice bow, Yi Fei would have died. Yi Fei knew that it would not have been so easy for him to destroy the ancestor of techniques and scare Wu Dao Fa away. This old man was worthy of his respect and gratitude. "There's no need to thank me. This old man hasn't forgotten the evil things you did to me." Master Zhu was fuming. Facing Yi Fei, he always felt like he had shot himself in the foot. That feeling made Master Zhu not know whether to be angry or amused. "Master, it's my fault for implicating you. If I have time, I will personally go to the Zhu family to apologize. But now I must take my leave." Yi Fei straightened up. The sharpness of his body suddenly disappeared. He was like an ordinary person. Holding his ice bow, he walked out of the city and into the forest in the distance. He did not chase after Wu Dao Fa. That was purely a waste of time. He also did not look at Chun Mingyao, no matter how beautiful and alluring she was. "I really want to go home. I really miss my sister. Uncle Jian, the stone puppet, Luo Shi, senior brother Jing, elder sword maniac." Scenes of the northern region appeared before Yi Fei's eyes, giving him the urge to go back immediately. But he couldn't. The human demon catastrophe. 7 stars around the arm. This was an incomparably heavy mission. The legalists were eyeing them covetously. The mystery of Xiao Chao's origins. This was a responsibility he could not shirk. Fight. This was the only word that appeared in Yi Fei's mind. Fight for the common people, fight for his brothers, fight for Xiao Chao, and also fight for himself. "I can't bring these battles back to the northern region. I can't let my sister and Uncle Jin be harmed. Then, let me slaughter and fight in Zhongzhou until the heavens and earth are turned upside down. I want to fight all gods and demons. I want to flatten the universe." Boom! His mind was suddenly enlightened. The raging flames of war turned into a clap of thunder that exploded in the sky of the battle god space. "Human demon, you can't control me." Yi Fei suddenly raised his ice bow and shot the last dozen golden swords into the sky. After this hardy battle, Yi Fei finally understood that he had fallen into the human demon's trap from the beginning. The human demon had given him the complete path of the war demon because he knew that the path of the war demon could affect a person's state of mind and ultimately cause that person to sink into complete darkness. The path of the war god was the opposite. It could ignite the flames of war in Yi Fei's heart, causing his heart that was gradually being swallowed by darkness to shine with light again. 7 or 8 seconds later, more than a dozen golden swords exploded in the sky, forming a dozen terrifying vortexes that tore through the void, as if they were going to completely destroy the battle god space. At this moment, in the shattered void, a giant skeletal hand that covered the sky appeared. With a light grab, the light from the golden sword's explosion instantly disappeared without a trace. Seeing that he could not use the path of the war demon to lure Yi Fei into eternal darkness, the human demon used another method to warn Yi Fei not to reveal his existence. Once Yi Fei spoke, the human demon would most likely crush Yi Fei into pieces like how he had crushed the golden swords. Humph! Just you wait. Yi Fei, will become a martial god within 100 years. Then, I will personally behead you and avenge the 7 martial gods of the 6 sacred sects. Chapter 11:19. The world changed for him. Even after Yi Fei left, the Quasi-Emperor noble clan disciples still could not muster up the courage to attack Yi Fei. They just stared blankly at the sky, at the slowly disappearing giant skeletal hand. What is that? A god or a devil? Or an immortal king? The Saiyans weren't the only ones who were shocked. When Grandmaster Zhu saw the gradually disappearing demonic hand in the sky, he couldn't help but tremble. The legend is true. The legend is true. 13th uncle, what legend? Zhu Xiaomei turned her head and found that Grandmaster Zhu was actually trembling. You can't say it. You can't say it. That's a taboo. As long as you say a single word, you'll bring disaster upon yourself. It looks like the school of legalism has provoked a great enemy. This world will definitely change because of him. Master Zhu let out a long sigh. Originally, he had wanted to investigate Yi Fei's identity. However, when he saw the giant skeletal hand in the sky, Grandmaster Zhu decided to keep his mouth shut. He absolutely couldn't say a single word to anyone, not even the Zhu family. What is that? Could it be the final restriction of the martial god space? That lunatic, that suicidal lunatic, he actually dared to draw his sword towards the heavens, look down on the heavenly Tao, look down on the martial god. What's even more unforgivable is that he actually killed my ancestor of techniques, true spirit. Fa Wu Dao didn't run far. As the young master of the school of legalism, he had many treasures on him. He took out a random treasure and concealed his aura. He hid in the distance and observed Yi Fei's actions. When he saw Yi Fei raise his bow to the sky, Fa Wu Dao was truly shocked. What shocked him even more was the giant skeletal hand that suddenly appeared in the sky. The Quasi-Emperors had guarded the martial god space for tens of thousands of years. This was the first time this giant skeletal hand had appeared. Then, pathless Fa thought of his defeat and the humiliation of running away. His eyes were filled with humiliation and hatred. Damn it, if it wasn't for that ice bow, I wouldn't have lost to him. I will kill him and use his blood to wash away my humiliation. Wow. Out of anger and jealousy, the already heavily injured Fa Wu Dao spat out several mouthfuls of black blood. The hatred he had for Yi Fei had reached a boiling point. The giant skeletal hand in the sky disappeared as quickly as it appeared. In just a short period of time, the martial god space had returned to normal. But no one knew that through the shattered void of Yi Fei, there were 10 white-bone emperor dragons roaring, with a golden chariot as the dividing line. One on the left and one on the right, 2 figures stood facing each other. You can't do anything to him. Don't forget our agreement. 100 years. He has 100 years to grow. If you dare to break the agreement and harm a single hair on my brother's head, I'll die with you. Wang Bai raised his hand and suppressed the roaring white-boned emperor dragons. His robes were whiter than snow, and his body exuded a ferocious aura that could destroy the world. Then he turned into a seven-faced, thousand-armed demon god with a compassionate expression and slowly walked into the unknown void. The human demon didn't stop him. He slowly retracted the rapidly shrinking skeletal hand. His eyes were deep and ferocious. What an interesting brat. After being lured into the darkness by me, he didn't completely fall. Instead, he walked out from the darkness. However, he has already cultivated the complete battle demon Tao. Darkness will be everywhere. There will come a day when he will fall into the demonic path. There will come a day when he will become another human demon. Wang Bai, you can't stop him. You're only creating another human demon by nurturing him. Roar. The void shattered as the human demon roared. His skeletal body suddenly became full of flesh and blood. His divine robes shone brightly, making him look like an eternal and indestructible godly king. However, the godly king's face was incomparably ferocious and flashed with the desire to kill. I, the human demon, want it, but not the heavens. If the heavens don't give it to me, I'll get it even if I have to destroy this world. He stepped back onto the golden chariot. The 12 white-boned emperor dragons roared in unison. They dragged the golden chariot, and their figures were gradually dragged back by the giant chains in the depths of the void. At the same time, in a world of spiritual herbs, at this time, a towering tree that was tens of thousands of meters tall and covered the sky slowly swayed with countless golden leaves. Golden leaves filled the sky. 10,000 years passed quietly like flowing water. The heavenly Tao tree was tall and lush. Its deep tree eyes seemed to be able to see through countless layers of space. It looked at Yi Fei, the human demon, and the departing Wang Bai. Finally, its gaze fell on Xiao Qiao, who was sleeping soundly. It seemed to be thinking about something. In the beast-marked space, Xiao Qiao subconsciously opened his eyes and jumped out. He looked at the sky strangely. Yi Fei was a little puzzled. He hugged Xiao Qiao and said, "Xiao Qiao, what's wrong?" Squeak, squeak. Xiao Qiao shook her head. She seemed to have felt a few peeping gazes, but when Xiao Qiao tried to sense them carefully, she found nothing. Xiao Qiao could only bite her fingers and sit on Yi Fei's shoulder in distress. She pulled the dragon turtle's tail and shook it back and forth. The dragon turtle cried on the spot. Unfortunately, it had eaten too much. It didn't even have the strength to resist. Looking at the dragon turtle that had become 3 times fatter, Yi Fei's face twitched. This stupid turtle only eats spirit stones and doesn't work. Since it's still so fat, if there's a pot, I'll definitely stew it into turtle soup. It took Yi Fei 3 days to pass through the vast forest and return to the spatial node of the flesh rampart. On a hill not far away, Yi Fei saw a familiar figure. Dongfang Yu built a simple straw hut on the hill. At this moment, he was sitting on the straw hut and looking blankly at the sky. Has Dongfang Yu been guarding here all this time? Yi Fei was a little surprised. Then he looked at the 2 newly built tombs outside the straw hut. Around the tombs were the heads of the vicious beasts. The blood hadn't dried yet. The blood made the 2 tombs as red as blood. On the ground, there were countless jars of wine. These are the tombs of the Lion King and the Tiger King. They were not only Dongfang Yu's followers, but also his brothers. Yi Fei sighed and didn't say anything. He just took out all the good wine from his space belt. He took a jar and threw another jar to Dongfang Yu. Drink? Drink. Then the 2 silently raised their jars and faced the tombs of the Lion King and the Tiger King. Since ancient times, how many people have returned from battle? I swear I won't return until my blood runs dry. Dongfang Yu, let's drink until we're drunk. Drink. That night, the 2 were drunk. They fell to the ground and couldn't get up again. Only the dragon tortoise endured its bloated belly and crawled around on the ground with great difficulty. At the same time, it stealthily went to drink the spiritual wine that the 2 of them had not finished. The next day, when Yi Fei woke up, he saw a drunk turtle lying on the ground and spitting bubbles. Yi Fei was speechless. Chapter 11:20. Reunion. The land of buried gods was still the same. During the day, warriors gathered in groups, looking for dangerous places to train. At night, monsters ran amok. Warriors would hide in various imperial cities and mountains, cultivating hard in the dark. No one knew that Yi Fei and Dongfeng Yu had gone to the martial god space. That was the biggest secret that only the young emperors knew. Even the strongest kings who had joined the divine martial arts sect did not know the real function of the flesh bulwark. They only thought that it was a trap that the three emperors had carefully set up to kill Yi Fei and the North Fist Emperor. In the end, all the emperors and strongest kings who had participated in the trap died in the flesh bulwark. Thus, no one knew about it. At the same time, there was a rumor among the ordinary kings outside the divine martial arts sect that the three emperors, Yi Fei, Dongfeng Yu, and the strongest king inside the trap had all died together. As soon as this rumor spread, the entire land of gods fell silent. After all, the sovereigns were dead, and most of the strongest kings were also dead. The other ordinary kings, and even ordinary heaven's prides, had their chance. Without the suppression of the emperors, countless secret realms were discovered by these kings and heavenly legends. Then, some new, strongest kings were born through the opportunities. Of course, there were still people who believed that Yi Fei was still alive. The Fist Emperor city was still the same. The last follower of Dongfeng Yu was also guarding here faithfully. This kept the Fist Emperor city from being in chaos. At the same time, it attracted more warriors to come here to avoid the chaos that had suddenly broken out in the land of buried gods after the emperors had died. In this chaos, there were kings who rose to power, but even more cultivators lost their lives. But this chaos did not affect the Fist Emperor city. All the warriors who had entered the city were cultivating hard. In particular, many people were greatly stimulated when they saw that a little fatty had broken through from the first level of the Earth Thorough realm to the Half-Saint realm overnight. The ones who were the most stimulated were Xia Jun and Lin Tianjiao. Originally, the little fatty was the weakest among them, and he had been falling in level every day. But little fatty was just too weird. Just as his cultivation level fell to the first level of the ground thorough realm, the little fatty suddenly decided to stand outside the city walls for an entire night. Then, the little fatty's cultivation level suddenly broke through to the half-saint realm. This stimulation was too great. Lin Tianjiao's eyes turned red. The next day, Lin Tianjiao went into seclusion. After a period of bitter cultivation and continuous tempering in the land of buried gods, Lin Tianjiao finally stimulated the potential of his martial emperor bloodline. At this moment, Lin Tianjiao actually faintly emitted the aura of his bloodline. However, that aura was very weak. It would take a long time for it to awaken. Xia Jun did not have such worries. His cultivation had long reached half-saint. As long as he didn't leave the land of buried gods, he would never be able to make a breakthrough. Out of boredom, Xia Jun set up a fortune-telling booth in the Fist Emperor city. At the same time, he carried the Sumeru space with him so that he could communicate with Guo Wang at any time. With Guo Wang's help, Xia Jun's fortune-telling was naturally accurate. It immediately attracted the attention of a large number of martial artists. An endless stream of martial artists came to have their fortunes told. But what made people gnash their teeth was that Xia Jun was determined to only tell the fortunes of female martial artists. He even announced to the public that his divination skills would only work if he touched the hands of female martial artists. At this moment, Xia Jun was in front of his booth, solemnly touching the hands of a female martial artist. His expression was very serious. This touch lasted for a full 5 minutes, and he was still reluctant to let go. "Master Xia, is there anything wrong with my palm reading?" The female martial artist was so scared that her face turned pale. She had heard that the longer Master Xia read a person's palm, the more likely that person was to be extremely ominous. Sure enough, Xia Jun spoke very seriously. He touched the hands of the female martial artist again and said in shock, "Ominous. Ominous. Too ominous. Ah, then how should I resolve it?" The female martial artist's face turned even paler. I need more detailed information about you. How old are you? Are you married? Do you have a sweetheart? And your height, measurements, and your type. Tell me everything. Xia Jun's face was serious, and his eyes revealed a touch of seriousness. When the female martial artist heard such a question, her pale face suddenly turned red. She was hesitating whether to tell Xia Jun these private questions or not. Suddenly, there was an uproar outside the city. Then there were two excited roars. Fist Emperor's city, we're back. It's the North Fist Emperor and the murderous Demon Emperor. Gosh, they're not dead. The martial artists of the Fist Emperor's city were shocked and then ecstatic. Without the suppression of the sovereigns, the land of buried gods had become incomparably chaotic. Even the divine martial arts sect was torn apart. For the sake of benefits, people were killing each other. People were too anxious. They needed a sovereign to stand out and stabilize the situation. The appearance of Yi Fei and Dongfang Yu was warmly welcomed by countless martial artists. Big Brother is finally back. It's not easy for Xia Jun. Hearing Yi Fei's voice, Xia Jun suddenly burst into tears and rushed directly to the sky. Not only Xia Jun, but also Little Fatty and Lin Tianjiao rushed out happily. A group of followers of the North Fist Emperor also shouted excitedly. The Fist Emperor is back. You're finally back. Welcome back, Fist Emperor. A large group of martial artists rushed to the sky and soon surrounded Dongfang Yu. They were talking enthusiastically about something. It's better here. At least we have our brothers and friends here. Yi Fei smiled from the bottom of his heart. Before Xia Jun and the other two could rush over, he took the initiative to fly over and give them a bear hug. When he saw Little Fatty finally break through to the half-saint level, Yi Fei was even happier. Little Fatty, good job. Yi Fei praised him. Big Brother, I still want to become stronger. Little Fatty was honest and confident. Yi Fei, it's good that you're back. I knew you wouldn't die so easily. Lin Tianjiao laughed heartily. Yi Fei immediately noticed that there was something wrong with Lin Tianjiao's aura. Damn, Lin Tianjiao, you've awakened your bloodline? Yi Fei was shocked. However, when he recalled that Lin Tianjiao's ancestor was a martial emperor, he understood. Generally speaking, the descendants of martial emperors would inherit some of the martial emperor's bloodline. The only difference was the strength of the bloodline. Lin Tianjiao shook his head and smiled. The bloodline in my body is too thin. It's not that easy to awaken it. That's not necessarily true. The combination of bloodline fruits and immortal crystals can awaken your bloodline. It's a pity that I have bloodline fruits, but no immortal crystals. Dongfang Yu walked over with a trace of regret on his face. Originally, he had taken a risk to invite Yi Fei into the martial god space to search for immortal crystals. In the end, the Lion King and Tiger King had died. In the end, he hadn't been able to gather his spirits and enter the martial god space to train. These words reminded Yi Fei of Zhao Yu. At that time, Zhao Yu had also said that the combination of bloodline fruits and immortal crystals could awaken one's bloodline. His eyes suddenly lit up. Others can't find immortal crystals, but Xiao Chao can. Chapter 1121. The Heaven List and Xiao Chao. I remember that you found a lot of immortal crystals in the Wuxian space. How many do you have now? Yi Fei whispered to Xiao Chao through telepathy. In the Beastmark space, Xiao Chao had just eaten a piece of immortal crystal. Hearing Yi Fei's words, Xiao Chao nervously clutched her little pocket and spread out her little hands innocently, indicating that Xiao Chao had eaten all the immortal crystals. But how could her little movements escape Yi Fei's notice? Looking at Xiao Chao's bulging little pocket, Yi Fei knew that Xiao Chao must have a lot of immortal crystals on her. Xiao Chao, be a good girl. Lend me 2 pieces of immortal crystals. You and the dragon turtle can eat whatever you want from the spirit stones inside. Yi Fei had no choice but to make this promise. Xiao Cao's eyes suddenly lit up. She drooled, bit her finger, and began to think hard. Although immortal crystals were delicious, there was only a little of them. Once she ate them, they would be gone. On the other hand, Yifei's promise that she could eat as many spirit stones as she wanted was more cost-effective. Xiao Chao happily made a deal gesture. Then, she reluctantly took out 2 immortal crystals from her little pocket and threw them out. Even if it was just 2 immortal crystals, Xiao Chao's heart still ached. After all, immortal crystals were more than 100 times more delicious than spirit stones. Seeing Xiao Chao's greedy look, Yifei's face twitched. When did Xiao Chao become so picky? If she doesn't eat spirit stones in the future and only immortal crystals, how can I afford to raise her? Yifei couldn't help but have a headache. Then, he patted his head and pretended to remember something. He groped around and said, I happen to have 2 immortal crystals. You can have them. He gave the immortal crystals to Dongfang Yu and Lin Tianjiao. Lin Tianjiao was shocked, while Dongfang Yu looked pensive. He guessed that Yifei had obtained it in the martial god space. Dongfang Yu was very happy. Great! With the holy crystal and the bloodline fruit, my bloodline can grow faster. I happen to have an extra bloodline fruit. I'll share it with Brother Yi. Dongfang Yu was very straightforward. He gave Yifei a bloodline fruit, and Yifei gave it to Lin Tianjiao. Lin Tianjiao hesitated. If you don't want it, then I'll eat it. Xiaojun pretended to be greedy and stretched out his head to take a bite of the bloodline fruit. Scram! Lin Tianjiao roared, but a relieved smile appeared on his face. In the end, he accepted Yifei's kindness. After all, his relationship with Yifei was not ordinary. In the northern region, the 2 of them had fought side by side. In the central prefecture, Yifei also treated him as a brother. Given Lin Tianjiao's proud personality, it might be difficult to accept a friend's gift, but it would be too pretentious to refuse a brother's gift. Yifei, thank you very much. If you treat us as brothers, then don't say thank you. Call me second brother. Xiaojun touched Lin Tianjiao's head. The latter's gratitude turned into anger, and he almost fought with Xiaojun on the spot. Yifei and Dongfang Yu burst into laughter at the same time. After returning to the Fist Emperor City, Dongfang Yu found Yifei after a grand banquet. Brother Yi, now that you're also an emperor, what are your plans? So what if I'm an emperor? We're still as weak as ants in front of the geniuses of the quasi-emperor families. I plan to cultivate in seclusion. My strength has increased too quickly, and I need to consolidate it. By the way, these are for you, but you have to promise that you won't tell anyone. Yifei took out a dozen green spiritual fruits and threw them all to Dongfang Yu. Dongfang Yu's eyes widened, and his breathing became rapid. With his experience, he certainly knew what Yifei had thrown out. Heavenly Tao fruits, and a dozen at once. Brother Yi, Brother Dongfang, don't ask anything. Just keep this to yourself, Yifei said in a low voice. These Heavenly Tao fruits could be considered as making up for what he owed Dongfang Yu. Dongfang Yu said nothing, but solemnly swore, I swear by the Heavenly Tao that I won't tell anyone about you. Although he said this, Dongfang Yu muttered in his heart, could Yifei have robbed the Heavenly Tao tree? Otherwise, how could he have gotten so many Heavenly Tao fruits? After the banquet, Dongfang Yu could not wait to cultivate in seclusion to refine the power of the Heavenly Tao fruits. Xiaojun, Lin Tianjiao, and Little Fatty also happily held a large number of Heavenly Tao fruits and ran back to their stone houses to cultivate in seclusion. They were not emperors. Even if they cultivated hard in the land of buried gods, their strength could only reach the level of an ordinary king. However, they could not withstand Yifei's large number of Heavenly Tao fruits. Their strength immediately increased by leaps and bounds, and soon they reached the level of the strongest king. With the return of Yifei and Dongfang Yu, the land of buried gods had emperors again. The chaos among the warriors gradually disappeared. What was rare was that in the last month, there was no fighting in the land of buried gods. All the warriors used this month to cultivate hard. Yifei was the same. However, what he cultivated was not martial arts, but telekinesis. After the battle with Fa Wu Dao Yi Fei was surprised to discover that telekinesis could be used as an auxiliary tool in battle. Obviously, the Zhu family's weapon refining outline was not only used for refining weapons, but also for fighting. However, it seemed that even the Zhu family did not know about this. Rumble. On this day, as usual, Yi Fei was trying his best to comprehend the general principles of refining. However, there were too many hidden words in the general principles. Without a specialized master, he could only rely on his own comprehension. Yi Fei was simply building a cart behind closed doors, and his speed was naturally extremely slow. Just as he was concentrating on comprehending, an old voice suddenly resounded throughout the land of buried gods. Heaven and earth merge, the gate of God close. The heaven list supremacy battle is over. All disciples, stop cultivating and enter the gate of God. No one is allowed to stay. This is an order. As soon as the voice fell, a tremor came from the sky. An ancient gate of God slowly opened in the sky above the land of buried gods. The moment the sky opened, a group of demons suddenly roared on the blood-red ground. The red whirlwind actually turned into countless hurricanes, twisting into red faces that tried to rush out of the gate of God. The gate of God immediately shone brightly. The gate of God was like a ray of light that scattered across heaven and earth. The moment the light swept across, the young warriors' bodies were automatically sucked into the gate of God. Outside the gate of God, the teachers of the 4 sacred academies were all gathered. They were very excited. After such a long time, the Heaven List supremacy battle was finally over. Soon, their sacred academies would welcome new geniuses. I wonder who will be first on the Heaven List this time. The teachers of the Heavenly Tao Sacred Academy were slightly nervous. Yes, the Heaven List will only show 3 people. This is because the ancient experts believed that only the top 3 were qualified to be nurtured by them. The rigid middle-aged woman of the Heavenly Book Sacred Academy was also slightly excited. Sigh, I hope that an emperor will choose our true martial sacred academy this time. The beautiful teacher of the true martial sacred academy frowned. Chapter 1122. Who is number 1? Lu Ming, what do you mean? Could it be that the divine martial sacred courtyard wants to recruit all the emperors? Oomph. The mentors of the Heavenly Tao Sacred Academy and the Heavenly Book Sacred Academy were furious at the same time. Lu Ming's words always made them feel uneasy. As for the beautiful mentor of the true martial sacred academy, her eyes dimmed when she heard Lu Ming's words. Since the Tian Fa quasi-emperor betrayed the true martial sacred academy, the true martial sacred academy had plummeted. Since then, no emperors were willing to join the true martial sacred academy. Even the strongest kings and ordinary kings were rarely willing to join the true martial sacred academy. How could the beautiful mentor not be depressed? Humph. Only those who are capable can become emperors. They are crying and shouting to join my divine martial sacred academy. What else can I do except accept it? Lu Ming was very proud. With the gradual growth of the divine martial sacred academy and the support of the Tian Fa quasi-emperor's Lu family, the divine martial sacred academy was no longer satisfied with being the leader of the 4 sacred academies. Instead, it decided to merge with the other sacred academies to form the only and strongest sacred academy in the Central Continent. The most effective way to defeat the other sacred academies was to capture all the young emperors in the Central Continent. As long as the other sacred academies had no talents to explore, they would naturally decline. At that time, the opportunity for the divine martial sacred academy to unify the Central Continent would come. This time, Lu Ming openly recruited the South Spear Emperor and the East Blade Emperor and instigated the Desert Flame Emperor. 3 of the 6 emperors had already vowed to join the divine martial sacred academy. As for the remaining 3 emperors, if they know what's good for them, they will definitely join my divine martial sacred academy. If they don't know what's good for them, then they must be dead now. When this plan is completed, I, Lu Ming, will have made a great contribution. By the way, there is also Bailey. His bloodline is very strong, and he also has the potential to become an emperor. I really want to see all the emperors and strongest kings join my divine martial sacred academy as soon as possible. The other sacred academies expressions, especially the true martial sacred academy. Hee hee. Lu Ming smiled coldly. As the once strongest sacred academy, even if it had declined, Lu Ming still liked the feeling of stepping on the head of the true martial sacred academy. Seeing Lu Ming's smug look, the other three mentors of the Saint Academies couldn't help but feel heavier in their hearts. They vaguely felt that there was a conspiracy, but they couldn't stop it. The Heavenly Supreme battle had ended. All the young martial artists who were still alive were teleported out by the divine gate like a tide. However, their numbers had already been reduced by half. Hundreds of thousands of people entered, but only a few 100,000 came out. Half of the young men had died inside, while the remaining half were still standing strong. The land of buried gods was cruel. It buried the weak, but it also gave birth to the strong. Every martial artist who survived the land of buried gods exuded a sharp aura. Even the weakest martial artist had broken through to Earth exuberant 10th level. Half-saints were everywhere. We're out. We're finally out. I'm not dead. I've even broken through to the half-step saint realm. From now on, I'll be the #1 figure in the family. Look, the heaven list is about to appear. I wonder who can charge to first place on the heaven leaderboard this time. Needless to say, it must be the murderous demon emperor. Apart from him, who else can it be? After these young martial artists came out, there was a lot of discussion. Their words made the four mentors taken aback. The beautiful mentor asked in confusion, "Murderous demon emperor, could it be that a new emperor has been born in the land of buried gods?" Haha, needless to say, this murderous demon emperor must be Bailey. He has demonic blood in his body, so he deserves the title of murderous demon emperor. Lu Ming, really didn't misjudge Bailey. However, the cripple abandoned by heaven that your true martial sacred academy valued most probably died inside. Hearing these martial artists mention the murderous demon emperor, Lu Ming didn't even bother to think about it. He was sure that the murderous demon emperor must be Bailey. Lu Ming was so happy in his heart. He felt that he abandoned the trash Yi Fei and supported a prodigy like Bailey. He was really wise. What? Yi Fei is dead, and Bailey has become the emperor. The beautiful mentor's body shook when she heard the words. She was full of bitterness. The other three mentors of the Sacred Academy also gloated and mocked. Humph, a cripple abandoned by heaven. Only your true martial Sacred Academy treats him as a treasure. Don't talk nonsense. I believe Yi Fei won't die so easily. The beautiful mentor was ridiculed continuously. She was also angry in her heart. She began to fight back. The three mentors of the Sacred Academy sneered together. Lu Ming even mocked in a vicious tone. Is it worth it for a cripple? I will let you give up now and let you witness the glory of our Sacred Academy. Before all the martial artists in the Gate of God were teleported out, Lu Ming launched a symbol into the land of buried gods. The space shook violently. Immediately, a golden list appeared in front of everyone. It's the heaven list. The heaven list finally appeared. Who could get the top 3 ranking? Boom! Hundreds of thousands of martial artists, the 4 great mentors, and the thousands of emperors and their subjects who were watching through the crystal walls from tens of thousands of miles away all opened their eyes wide and breathed heavily as they looked at the gradually revealing golden list. 3rd place, North Fist Emperor, Dongfang Yu Evaluation, Unparalleled Hidden Dragon. Boom! More than 100,000 martial artists were shocked. What? That's the North Fist Emperor. Are you kidding me? He's only ranked 3rd? Yeah, the 3rd place is actually the North Fist Emperor, and he also got the Hidden Dragon title. Very good, very good. It seems that this person understands the situation and understands the benefits of joining our Sacred Academy. Lu Ming was a little surprised, but he soon became excited again. In his opinion, his plan was impossible to fail. Since Dongfang Yu was still alive, He must have chosen to join the Sacred Academy. The mentors of the other 3 Sacred Academies were all pale. Before entering the land of buried gods, the North Fist Emperor didn't express his intention to join any Sacred Academy. However, Lu Ming was so sure that Dongfang Yu would join the Sacred Academy. There must be a conspiracy in this. The 3 didn't have time to question. The golden list shook again, and a line of golden words appeared on it. Second place, Zhao Yu, evaluation, Empress's aptitude. Boom! More than 100,000 martial artists were shocked again on the spot. They all asked who Zhao Yu was, but they had never heard of her at all. Being able to get second place was already shocking enough. The most important thing was the evaluation of Zhao Yu, Empress's aptitude. Such an evaluation had never appeared on the heaven roll before. Not to mention the young martial artists present were shocked. Even the 4 mentors were dizzy looking at Zhao Yu's name and evaluation. Empress? Her title is Empress? Could it be that she may become a martial emperor in the future? The mentor of the Heavenly Law Sacred Academy trembled with excitement. Where is Zhao Yu? Come to my side quickly. Our Heavenly Policy Sacred Academy welcomes you. As long as you join our Sacred Academy, you can name any conditions you want. The rigid middle-aged woman of the Heavenly Policy Sacred Academy suddenly roared wildly. This Zhao Yu is the future Empress. If she could join the Heavenly Policy Sacred Academy. Impossible. Who is this Zhao Yu? How can she become the second place on the heaven list and get such an exaggerated evaluation? Lu Ming was stunned for a while before he came back to his senses. Then his eyes turned red with anxiety. In his plan, the top 3 of the heaven list should be from his Sacred Academy. In this way, he could slap the faces of the other 3 Sacred Academies and show the prestige of Lu Ming in the Sacred Academy. How could there be a Zhao Yu out of nowhere? But before Lu Ming could question this matter, the golden list suddenly burst into an even more dazzling brilliance. This brilliance even completely covered the brilliance of Zhao Yu and Dongfang Yu. Chapter 1123. Invincible Supreme. Looking at the golden list rolling like a raging wave in the air, everyone held their breath for fear that they would miss this glorious moment. Bailey Zhen, it must be Bailey Zhen, otherwise it would be South Spear Emperor, Ice Emperor, or Yin Emperor. They are all disciples of my Shenwu Sacred Courtyard. They are all invincible emperors that I have cultivated. Lu Ming's eyes were red with excitement. Zhao Yu got the second place and got an almost unbelievable evaluation, which had caught Lu Ming off guard. He absolutely couldn't allow any accidents to happen to the first place of the heaven list. This first place must be someone from my Shenwu Sacred Courtyard. Yes, it must be like this. I, Lu Ming, will never misjudge someone. The sky shook more and more violently. Faintly, someone seemed to see a big golden hand writing something on the list. This was a phenomenon that had never appeared on the heaven list. Not only Lu Ming, but the mentors of the 4 sacred courtyards were nervous. Yi Fei and others who had been teleported out couldn't help but widen their eyes. It's just a ranking. What's wrong with this golden list? Also, Zhao Yu actually became the second place of the heaven list? Subconsciously, Yi Fei began to look for Zhao Yu in the crowd. The only thing he ignored was a woman in a light veil standing behind him. Zhao Yu was very depressed. She didn't expect to be teleported together with Yi Fei, and she happened to be behind Yi Fei. She didn't know whether to greet Yi Fei or to stab him in the back. Zhao Yu's dilemma didn't last long. Her eyes suddenly showed a touch of shock as she looked at the sky. All the martial artists also became silent at this time. They raised their heads in extreme disbelief and looked at the sky dumbfounded. First place of the heaven list, Yi Fei, evaluation. Invincible Supreme. Xia Jun read out the content of the golden list word by word. He suddenly took a breath of cold air. This is too abnormal. Supremes are already terrifying enough, but they're invincible Supremes. Lin Tianjiao and Zhao Yu were speechless. Although they already knew that Yi Fei was abnormal in the northern region, Yi Fei was undoubtedly even more abnormal in the central region. Lin Tianjiao suddenly deflated. Zhao Yu also received a certain degree of shock. Of course, the ones who suffered the greatest blow were definitely not them. Puff! Lu Ming stared unwaveringly at the golden list. He was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood into the sky. He was so angry that he was about to go crazy. How is this possible? This is impossible. Shouldn't the South Spear Emperor, the Ice Emperor, the Flame Emperor, or Bailey Zhun be the first? How could a person who was abandoned by the heavens become the first on the sky ranking? He even got the title of Invincible Sovereign. Oh! Lu Ming was so angry that he tore off a bunch of hair. His hair was disheveled like a ferocious ghost. He knew that there must be a major change in his plan. Otherwise, how could none of the emperors he favored be on the sky ranking? And when he thought of the consequences of his plan's failure, South Spear Emperor, I, Lu Ming, will skin you alive. Where are you? Come out and die. Lu Ming completely lost his composure. Like a mad dog, he looked for the South Spear Emperor among the hundreds of thousands of people. Of course, the South Spear Emperor wouldn't appear. Except for Dongfang Yu, the other 5 emperors didn't appear. Then, Lu Ming's roar finally made the 3 mentors of the sacred courtyard come back to their senses. The beautiful mentor of the true martial sacred courtyard opened her mouth so wide that an egg could be stuffed into it. Yi Fei, the first on the sky ranking? He's also an invincible. Supreme? The beautiful mentor was so shocked that she began to stutter. In the beginning, she was willing to let go of her prejudice against people abandoned by the heavens and recruited Yi Fei partly because she was moved by Yi Fei's persistence in martial arts. More importantly, the current true martial sacred courtyard had declined to the limit. It was difficult to attract young emperors and the strongest kings to join. Recruiting Yi Fei was just a desperate attempt. However, Yi Fei's performance gave the beautiful mentor a huge shock. This was even more shocking to the mentors of the 4 sacred academies than Zhao Yu's unexpected second place, especially the evaluation of a supreme master, which made many people tremble all over. The highest evaluation of the sky ranking is supreme. He is a waste abandoned by the heavens. It's good enough that he is still alive. How can he be the first? How can he get the highest evaluation of supreme and add the word invincible? He is just a waste. Lu Ming refused to accept this fact. He couldn't accept this fact either. He couldn't allow the sacred courtyard's plan to fail. He couldn't find the South Spear Emperor and others in the crowd, which made Lu Ming even more convinced that there must be an accident somewhere. Understand, there must be an accident on the sky ranking. Otherwise, how can a waste abandoned by the heavens surpass many emperors and become the first on the sky ranking? The mentor of the heavenly Tao sacred courtyard was silent for a while. Then he suddenly spoke and questioned. The rigid old woman of the heavenly book sacred courtyard also screamed and nodded loudly. Yes, there must be a problem somewhere. Why didn't the other 5 emperors appear? Why didn't the newly born murderous demon emperor appear? Only they deserve to be the first on the sky ranking. Swish! Hearing someone mention the murderous demon emperor, hundreds of thousands of young martial artists turned their eyes to Yi Fei almost at the same time. Zhao Yu stood behind Yi Fei with a strange expression. However, the 3 mentors were so anxious that they didn't notice the strange gazes of these martial artists. Especially Lu Ming. He was so angry that he vomited blood. The blood vessels in his eyes were about to burst. He roared loudly. There's a problem with the sky ranking. A waste can also become the first. Ridiculous. I want to check his battle record. Yes, check his battle record. The ranking can be faked, but his battle record can't be faked. The mentors of the heavenly Tao sacred courtyard and the heavenly book sacred courtyard also nodded vigorously. They couldn't accept this fact. What? The sky ranking can also check the battle record. Oh no. Yi Fei's expression changed, and he immediately tried to stop them. You can't check it. The battle record in the buried god's land was nothing. If these mentors found out about his experience in a martial god space, his identity would be exposed immediately. At that time, the quasi-emperor clans and legalists would definitely frantically come to destroy him. With his current strength, He couldn't withstand the madness of the quasi-emperor clans. Haha, he's guilty. There's indeed a problem with this waste. You trash. How dare you cheat in the Heaven List Supreme Being battle? When I find out, I, Lu Ming, will make you die miserably. Lu Ming was furious. When he saw Yi Fei's anxious look, he thought that Yi Fei was guilty. Check it. The mentors of the Heavenly Book Sacred Courtyard and the Heavenly Book Sacred Courtyard worked together to control the sky, ranking and reveal Yi Fei's battle record. The beautiful mentor wanted to stop them, but after thinking about it, she gave up. She also felt that Yi Fei's evaluation of Invincible Supreme was too exaggerated. Boom! In the end, this wasn't the buried god's land. With Yi Fei's current realm, he couldn't pose a threat to a half-emperor. His battle record was immediately revealed by the sky ranking. Chapter 1124. Frantically taking a closer look, Yi Fei's battle record was a long list of people he had killed. Killed West Sword Emperor. Killed South Spear Emperor. Killed Desert Flame Emperor. Killed Polar Ice Emperor. Killed East Blade Emperor. Killed Blood Kill King. Killed Bailey Jun. Oh my god, this is definitely not done by a human. As expected of the murderous Demon Emperor. Looking at the bloody battle record, the hundreds of thousands of martial artists felt a chill all over their body. The 6 great emperors were almost wiped out by Yi Fei. What was even more terrifying was that Yi Fei was still alone. Even the mentors of the 4 sacred academies were shocked speechless when they saw the bloody words. Lu Ming finally knew why South Spear Emperor and the others didn't show up. The mentors of the true martial sacred academy also finally knew why Yi Fei would get the title of Supreme. Out of the 6 immortal emperors, 5 of them actually died in his hands. He is truly worthy of the title of Paragon. But even so, it's impossible for him to be invincible. A teacher from the Sacred Academy raised another question. Look, his battle record is not finished. There is more below. The rigid old woman of the Heavenly Book Sacred Academy was very careful. She actually found a large number of golden words after the long list of people killed. It was just that these golden words were all erased, leaving only 4 crooked black words, to be continued. Damn, what does it mean to be continued? And whose words are those? Why are they so ugly? Xia Jun said in dissatisfaction. He was still waiting to see Yi Fei's valiant battle record. Looking at the crooked words that seemed to have been gnawed by dogs, Yi Fei and Zhao Yu were shocked. Those were Wang Bai's words. Yi Fei suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Bai is really here. It must be him who erased my battle record in the martial god space. Although I don't know why Wang Bai helped me repeatedly, he did help me solve a big problem. Xia Jun didn't know at this time that Zhao Yu was behind him. Seeing Yi Fei staring at the list with a changing expression, he thought that Yi Fei was also annoyed that his brilliant battle record was erased. As a little brother, Xia Jun felt that he had the obligation to make Yi Fei feel better, so he winked and said, "Big brother, don't be angry. Look, although your most brilliant battle record is buried, you still got the title of Invincible Supreme, and sister-in-law got the title of Empress. Empress, Empress. This is Empress. This is Empress. Is Empress, Empress. This is Empress, Empress. Is Empress, Empress. Empress, 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 Empress. Empress, Empress, Empress. Empress, 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 Empress. Emimum Empress. Emum Press, Empress. Emum Press. Emum Press. What? Crying and shouting, kneeling down and begging for forgiveness? Could that really be Zhao Yu? Yi Fei suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He could clearly feel a raging fire burning behind him. Yi Fei, Lin Tianjiao, Fatty, and Dongfang Yu all ran away from Xia Jun as fast as they could. Xia Jun said awkwardly, "Even if my joke wasn't funny, you didn't have to run away so quickly. Second brother, it's not a joke. It's your butt. It's on fire again." Little Fatty was a simple and honest person and could not help but remind him. What fire? Xia Jun's hair stood on end. He turned his head mechanically and saw a beautiful woman not far away. Her eyes were as cold as ice. He was so scared that tears flowed out of his eyes. Big Brother, Fatty, Lin Tianjiao, Dongfang Yu, none of you are human. Such a dangerous person was right behind me. But you didn't warn me. Sister-in-law, I know I was wrong this time. Boom! What answered Xia Jun was an iceberg weighing tens of thousands of jin. It came whistling down, smashing Xia Jun on the spot. His limbs twitched, and he fell to the ground, unable to crawl back up. At the same time, Zhao Yu's actions finally attracted the attention of the surrounding cultivators. That's Zhao Yu and Yi Fei. They are really together. What was worth mentioning was that the only surviving subordinate of the West Sword Emperor, the Light Wind Crown Prince, was also in the crowd. He recognized Zhao Yu with a single glance. What? Zhao Yu? Yi Fei and Dongfang Yu are also there. Could they be friends? The four mentors also noticed the three outstanding youths in the crowd. Their eyes turned red as if they had discovered a rare treasure. Yi Fei, are you willing to join our Heavenly Tao Sacred Academy? Our academy's Sword Tao is unparalleled. We can nurture you with all our strength. The mentor of the Heavenly Tao Sacred Academy was the first to speak, frantically trying to recruit Yi Fei. He was an invincible sovereign. If he had known that this kid had great potential, even if he was abandoned by the heavens, he would have tried to recruit him in advance. Sword Tao is nothing. Our Heavenly Strategies Sacred Academy has the demon subduing fist, which is peerless. We also have countless secret techniques that can help you safely pass the martial emperor tribulation. If you join our Heavenly Strategies Sacred Academy, I can guarantee that your future will be bright. The mentor of the Heavenly Strategies Sacred Academy said anxiously, Yi Fei, you promised to join our True Martial Sacred Academy. You can't go back on your word. The beautiful mentor of the True Martial Sacred Academy had tears in her eyes. She was already regretting that she had asked the other academies to check Yi Fei's battle record. If they didn't check his battle record, there was a 70% chance that Yi Fei would join the True Martial Sacred Academy. When Yi Fei's inhuman battle record came out, the possibility of Yi Fei joining the True Martial Sacred Academy had been reduced to 30%. The evaluation of Yi Fei as an invincible sovereign was too shocking. Sure enough, as soon as the beautiful mentor spoke, the three academies sneered at the same time. Lu Ming said with extreme disdain, True Martial Sacred Academy is just a declining academy. Do you think you can compare with our Divine Martial Sacred Academy? Yi Fei, it was my fault in the past. I apologize to you. As long as you can join our Divine Martial Sacred Academy, we will give you the Martial Emperor Pill and the Emperor Weapon Embryo. In the future, when you pass the Martial Emperor Tribulation, we can also provide you with a complete Emperor Weapon to help you pass the tribulation. Boom! As soon as Lu Ming's conditions came out, the world was shocked. No one expected that in order to rope in Yi Fei, the Divine Martial Sacred Academy was willing to pay such a huge price. Just the Martial Emperor Pill and the Emperor Weapon Embryo were enough to make all the Martial Emperors present go crazy, not to mention that the Divine Martial Sacred Academy could provide a complete Emperor Weapon. As expected of the Divine Martial Sacred Academy, they are really rich. Such conditions are enough to make anyone excited. It seems that the murderous Demon Emperor will definitely join the Divine Martial Sacred Academy. Did you see that? Fairy Zhao Yu, the second on the heaven list, seems to be a couple with a murderous Demon Emperor. Why is it so cold? A cold wind blew, and these people were all frozen into ice sculptures. Zhao Yu's face was even darker. She quickly distanced herself from Yi Fei by more than 500 meters, which showed that the two had nothing to do with each other. However, Zhao Yu's eyes were also very curious. What choice would he make? Zhao Yu cast a questioning look at Yi Fei. Yi Fei nodded at her firmly, then took a deep breath. Under the nervous gaze of the mentors of the four academies, he lifted his foot. Chapter 1125. Who's going to win? Yi Fei's choice made the beautiful teacher go crazy with excitement. One had to know that the current True Martial Sacred Academy was no longer as strong as it used to be. Not only did it lack cultivation resources, but it was also severely suppressed by the other three academies. More importantly, apart from the disciples nurtured by the academy itself, there hadn't been any young emperors joining the true martial sacred academy for 20 years. Even the true martial sacred academy had to put in a lot of effort to recruit the strongest king. If this situation continued, the true martial sacred academy, which used to be the strongest academy, would face the risk of being eliminated from the Central Plains. At this time, Yi Fei's participation was very important. Yi Fei's title of Invincible Sovereign was enough to make everyone believe that the true martial sacred academy hadn't completely declined and could rise again. As the once strongest academy, once the true martial sacred academy rose again. When the beautiful teacher thought of this, she couldn't express her gratitude to Yi Fei. She couldn't help but put aside her identity as a teacher and gave Yi Fei a big hug. In this regard, Yi Fei could only smile bitterly. The teachers of the true martial sacred academy are really enthusiastic. By the way, I have a few friends who also want to join the true martial sacred academy. What do you think? Yes, yes, yes. The true martial sacred academy welcomes you. The beautiful teacher shyly let go of Yi Fei. Only now did she realize that she was a little too excited. There were more than 100,000 young cultivators watching. Seeing Yi Fei's choice, the teachers of the Heavenly Tao Sacred Academy were so angry that their hearts ached. The rigid old woman of the Heavenly Book Sacred Academy was even more furious. She angrily scolded the beautiful teacher. "Little fox, as a teacher, how dare you tempt a disciple like this? How preposterous!" The middle-aged woman sighed and turned her head away. In her heart, she hated that she was too old. Even if she tried to tempt Yi Fei, it was useless. In the distance, Zhao Yu also saw this scene. Her gaze immediately became very sharp, as if something very important in her heart was about to be snatched away. Zhao Yu very deliberately took a few more glances at the beautiful teacher. In the depths of her eyes, a rare trace of fighting spirit appeared. However, before Zhao Yu could figure out the strange emotions in his heart, Xia Jun suddenly erupted with a terrifying strength under the ice mountain. He actually overturned the ice mountain, and then Xia Jun dashed towards the beautiful teacher. "Mitter sister, me too. I also want to join the real martial sacred academy." Xia Jun opened his arms. His eyes were filled with anticipation and encouragement. He seemed to be encouraging the beautiful teacher not to be shy and to quickly come and hug him. The beautiful tutor blushed even more and regained her composure. Naturally, she would not do anything impolite again. Instead, she touched Xia Jun's head affectionately and said, "The Sacred Academy welcomes you." Tears streamed down Xia Jun's face. The beautiful tutor thought that Xia Jun was too excited. She couldn't bear to touch Xia Jun's head a few more times. Xia Jun was completely depressed. However, the other warriors present were all in an uproar. No one had thought that the Sacred Academy would offer such a huge offer, even including the Emperor weapon, but it still couldn't move Yi Fei's heart. As for the beautiful tutor tempting Yi Fei, it was pure nonsense. Everyone present was a king, and their martial arts hearts were very firm, not to mention Yi Fei, who was an invincible sovereign. Why? Why do you want to join the real martial sacred academy? Yi Fei, if it's because of our grievances, I can apologize. I, Lu Ming, can kneel down and apologize to you. Lu Ming's eyes turned blood red for Yi Fei's unexpected choice. His plan to catch all the emperors failed. His only way out was to recruit Yi Fei, who had become an invincible sovereign. Only in this way could he make up for his mistake. Otherwise, the anger of the higher-ups of the sacred martial sacred academy would definitely burn Lu Ming to ashes. Yi Fei, you may not know the current situation of the real martial sacred academy. This is the most declining sacred academy in the Zhongzhou state. It won't exist for many years. Once those old quasi-emperors die, the real martial sacred academy will immediately be removed from the Zhongzhou state. Yi Fei, are you sure you want to abandon the sacred martial sacred academy and choose the real martial sacred academy that is about to be removed? Lu Ming questioned loudly. He was afraid that Yi Fei didn't know the drawbacks of the real martial sacred academy. Of course, what he said was true. Even the beautiful tutor couldn't deny it. Yi Fei, our sacred academy is indeed declining. If you want to join other sacred academies, I won't blame you. No, I want to join the real martial sacred academy. When I was in the most difficult time, the other sacred academies regarded me as a waste, despised me, and looked down on me. Only the real martial sacred academy accepted me. This is kindness. Besides, when I was in trouble, the 3 sacred academies stepped on me. Stepping on me, when I was at the peak of my glory, they would flatter me. If I were to join such a sacred academy and accidentally fall to the bottom again, would they step on me again and treat me as a martial arts cripple? I don't dare to join such a sacred academy. Lu Ming, now you know why I would rather join the most declining real martial sacred academy than the most powerful sacred martial sacred academy. It's because your faces are too disgusting. Taking a step back, so what if the real martial sacred academy is declining? At least, the real martial sacred academy can cultivate a quasi-emperor. Among the 3 sacred academies, which one has cultivated a quasi-emperor? Yi Fei's words were harsh. He did not choose the true martial sacred institute on impulse. Instead, he valued the foundation of the true martial sacred institute. Many cultivators remembered that the quasi-emperors of the other 4 sacred institutes of the Central Plains had been cultivated by the elders over a long period of time. Only the true martial sacred institute had cultivated a quasi-emperor at the disciple level. Although Tian Fa quasi-emperor soon betrayed them, this couldn't hide the glory of the real martial sacred academy. Even now, Tian Fa quasi-emperor was the youngest and most powerful quasi-emperor in the Central Continent. Even if the real martial sacred academy has declined, its foundation is still there. There's still hope for it to rise. Yes, a sacred academy that can cultivate a young quasi-emperor. How can its background be simple? The real martial sacred academy can't be underestimated. I have decided I want to join the real martial sacred academy. Encouraged by Yi Fei, and most importantly, by Yi Fei's analysis of the situation of the real martial sacred academy, many hesitant martial artists became tempted. Xia Jun, Lin Tianjiao, Little Fatty, and Guo Wang all chose to join the real martial sacred academy. Then Jiang Xiaoma, Shui Wushang, Ning Zhongqin, Jiang Cheng, and many other martial artists of the Snow Wind Empire also chose to join the real martial sacred academy after hesitating for a while. This surprised Yi Fei a little. Jiang Cheng, what are you doing? He found that most of the martial artists of the Snow Wind Empire chose the real martial sacred academy. There's no other way. The Snow Wind Empire is the weakest, and we don't have much potential. If we join other sacred academies, we will only be reduced to mediocrity. At least if we join the declining real martial sacred academy, maybe they will pay more attention to us. Jiang Cheng walked over and explained to Yi Fei lightly. Chapter 1126. Current momentum. Lu Ming's eyes were red. He was like a crazy gambler. Even if he lost everything, he still had to gamble. Glancing at Lu Ming coldly, then looking in the direction of Yi Fei subconsciously, Zhao Yu suddenly lifted her foot and walked a few steps toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming was ecstatic, as if he wanted to vent all the depression just now. Before Zhao Yu came over, Lu Ming laughed wildly. Good. Zhao Yu, you are very good. When you enter the Divine Martial Sacred Academy, the Sacred Academy will give you a complete Emperor weapon. Unlike the trash Yi Fei who doesn't know what's good for him, our Sacred Academy will train you with all our strength. And at most 1 year, that trash won't even have the qualification to look up to you. Zhao Yu didn't speak, but a layer of frost flashed in her cold eyes. Then, Zhao Yu bypassed Lu Ming, ignored this person, and walked back to the Heavenly Tao Sacred Academy not far away. I will join the Heavenly Tao Sacred Academy. Zhao Yu made her decision. Lu Ming's wild laughter stopped abruptly. He widened his eyes. He clearly saw that Zhao Yu was walking toward the divine martial sacred academy. But in the end, she actually chose the heavenly Tao Sacred Academy. In this case, why did she walk over? Little b asterisk tch, you actually tricked me. Lu Ming couldn't bear it. He was so furious that he almost jumped up, but before he jumped up, the mentor of the heavenly Tao Sacred Academy had already roared at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, show me some respect. If you dare to insult me again, I will kill you. Boom. Endless heavenly might emerged from the mentor of the heavenly Tao Sacred Academy. When he faced Zhao Yu again, it became a cool breeze. With a smile, he said, Zhao Yu, don't worry. Our heavenly Tao Sacred Academy will take out the greatest resources to train you. Lu Ming was extremely unwilling. In the end, he could only look at the North Fist Emperor Dongfang Yu with red eyes. This was his only life-saving straw. Dongfang Yu, I'll join the Heavenly Book Academy. Without giving Lu Ming a chance to recruit him, Dongfang Yu directly stood in the Heavenly Policy Sacred Academy's team. Even a rigid old woman had a smile on her face at this time. Although it was a pity that they couldn't recruit the first and second place, it wasn't a loss for the Heavenly Policy Sacred Academy to recruit the third place on the Heaven list. Don't worry, Dongfang Yu. A quasi-emperor will personally teach you the heavenly strategy secret technique and a magic skill, the demon subduing fist. In the future, your accomplishments will be limitless. The teachers of the Heavenly Book Sacred Academy also made a promise to Dongfang Yu. At this point, the battle for the top 3 spots on the Heaven leaderboard had been settled. The strongest divine martial sacred institute didn't have a single emperor. Only Crown Prince Qingfeng led some elites of the Divine Martial School to the Divine Martial Sacred Institute's team. However, the brilliance of the strongest king and the emperor was like the gap between a firefly and the bright moon. It was obviously the strongest sacred academy, but it was so poor that it couldn't even bring out an emperor. Lu Ming finally exploded in anger. The blood vessels in his eyes burst, and traces of blood flowed out from his eyes. His appearance was indescribably hideous and terrifying. You will definitely regret it. You will definitely regret today's choice. Let's go. Lu Ming roared with resentment and took the lead to teleport out of this space. He was afraid that if he continued to stay, he would die of anger on the spot. Yi Fei, you have 10 days to deal with the secular affairs. Then, the Sacred Institute will send a flying boat to pick you up. Let's leave too. The beautiful teacher began to carefully explain the specific details of joining the Sacred Institute. It was the same for the other Sacred Institutes. Yi Fei listened absent-mindedly. He just looked in the direction of the Heavenly Book Sacred Institute. Then, Dongfang Yu came over and said goodbye to Yi Fei. Brother Yi Fei, I'm going back to the Empire. Brother Dongfang, take care. After today, it will be difficult for us to see each other again. Yi Fei sighed. Haha, that's not necessarily true. Maybe we will meet soon. Dongfang Yu blinked at Yi Fei, and then he was a little puzzled. By the way, what is your relationship with Zhao Yu? How did she join the Heavenly Book Sacred Institute? In short, it's a very complicated relationship. Yi Fei was a little embarrassed. Suddenly, Xia Jun came over and comforted Yi Fei. Brother, don't be discouraged. Sister-in-law is actually loosening the reins only to grasp them better. As the saying goes, distance makes the heart grow fonder. Distance can also make the heart grow fonder. Whoosh. Before he finished speaking, Yi Fei and Dongfang Yu hurriedly dodged. Then a whistling iceberg suddenly hit Xia Jun and knocked him to the ground. Xia Jun suddenly felt very wronged. He was standing so far away and speaking so softly. How could Zhao Yu still hear him? It's really hard to understand. Xia Jun shook his head and climbed up from the ground as if nothing had happened. Lin Tianjiao and the little fatty were horrified. How can you not die like this? Xia Jun, what level of the immortal emperor scripture have you reached? Yi Fei couldn't help but ask curiously. Xia Jun didn't have time to answer. Suddenly, the space outside the burial land of the gods shook violently. Yi Fei hurriedly ran towards the teleportation platform with the people of the Snow Wind Empire. When the teleportation platform was activated, Almost all the imperial capitals of the central continent cheered loudly, welcoming the triumphant return of the empire's geniuses. The strange thing was that the imperial capital of the Snow Wind Empire was dead silent. The Snow Wind Emperor, Jiang Qianrun, sat on the throne. His gaze was fixed on the sky of the burial land of the gods and the heaven-ranking list that was slowly disappearing. First place, Yi Fei. Evaluation, invincible sovereign. It was just 2 sentences, but Jiang Qianrun actually stared at it for a full 2 hours. He stared until his eyes turned red and blue. During this time, no one dared to speak. No one dared to breathe. However, many people's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. How is this possible? Wasn't Yi Fei abandoned by the heavens? He actually became first place on the heaven ranking and even received the title of Invincible Sovereign. Many courtiers still remembered that when the Snow Wind Emperor had discovered Yi Fei's identity as someone who had been abandoned by the heavens, he had personally scolded Yi Fei as trash for wasting his time as the emperor. Who would have thought that the sword marquis Yi Fei, who was once abandoned by the Snow Wind Emperor, who was treated as a plague by all the nobles in the imperial capital, would actually become an emperor, an invincible martial saint? Where are you looking at him from? His Majesty was wrong. We were all wrong. In the past, he was in dire straits. Look at his current aura. He's invincible and can swallow the heavens. Don't bully the poor. Don't bully the poor. Many courtiers felt their intestines turn green. Their faces were filled with regret. If they hadn't given up on Yi Fei, if the Snow Wind Emperor hadn't personally called Yi Fei trash and demoted him, the Snow Wind Empire would be in an uproar right now. From then on, the Snow Wind Empire wouldn't have to worry about being annihilated. It could even instantly become the strongest first-grade empire in the central region. The power and status of the courtiers present would follow Yi Fei and rise by at least 10 times. Father, we should prioritize the nation's affairs. We can still salvage the situation. Father wasn't wrong. The 9th prince advised the Snow Wind Emperor while trembling with fear. Jiang Qianrun then came back to his senses and asked doubtfully, I personally scolded Yi Fei and called him trash. I even demoted him. Doesn't he hate me? He dares. The 9th prince straightened his body and said loudly, the so-called thunderbolts and raindrops are the emperor's grace. He is a person from the external seas. When he entered the Snow Wind Empire, he was clearly in dire straits. Father, you were magnanimous and accommodated him. You even allowed him to participate in the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. What kind of great grace is this? If it wasn't for the Snow Wind Empire, how could he, a martial artist from the external seas, have his current aura and glory? These were all bestowed to him by the Snow Wind Empire. Shouldn't he be grateful and repay the Snow Wind Empire? Chapter 11:27. The Emperor regrets. The words of the 2 finally moved the Snow Wind Emperor. He stood up from his throne and said, My son, Grand Preceptor Ning, what you said is reasonable. I'm not wrong. If I didn't tolerate him, how could Yi Fei, a cripple abandoned by the heavens, have today's achievements? Since this person still has great value, so what if I have to endure some humiliation for the empire? The voice of the Snow Wind Emperor became louder and louder. The gloominess on his body was no longer there. Instead, he regained the bearing of an emperor. So what if I call him trash? I am the emperor of an empire. As long as I promise enough benefits, I don't believe that these poor cultivators from the outer seas won't be moved. The Snow Wind Emperor had even made up his mind. In order to rope in Yi Fei, he would even marry all the princesses of the imperial family to Yi Fei. Men, pass down my orders. Yi Fei is loyal to the empire and promotes the empire's prestige. The empire will celebrate the return of the hero for 3 days. Zhu Wenwu, follow me to the plaza. I want to personally welcome the pillar of the empire. Long live your majesty. Your majesty is wise. This is great. Yi Fei obtained the first rank of the sky ranking. According to the rules of the Central Region Empire, Our Snow Wind Empire is now a first-tier empire. Not only will our empire not be destroyed, but we will also have the possibility of annexing other declining empires. Seeing that the Snow Wind Emperor had finally thought it through, the civil and military officials present were ecstatic. As for Bailey Jean, who they once fanatically pursued, now, who would have the mood to think about that dead man? Even without Yi Fei's words, these civil and military officials might even instigate the Snow Wind Emperor to chase the Bailey family out of the empire to curry favor with Yi Fei. This was the way of survival in the imperial court. It was cold and realistic. Just a moment ago, when they talked about Yi Fei, the courtiers avoided him like the plague. But now, when they talked about Yi Fei, the courtiers' faces were flushed red. It was as if without them, Yi Fei wouldn't have achieved today's achievements. Hence, when the teleportation array was activated, when a large group of Snow Wind Empire's warriors were teleported back to the plaza of the Imperial Palace, they saw an incomparably shocking scene. Millions of soldiers lined up in a mighty formation to welcome their return. From the civil and military officials to the family heads of the various aristocratic families, all of them were standing in 2 rows with passionate expressions. At the very front was a majestic figure. He wore an emperor's robe and faintly exuded a lofty aura of looking down on the world. It was actually the Snow Wind Monarch who came out personally to welcome him. What a great honor this was. Soon after, the warriors that were teleported back had bitter expressions on their faces. How nice would it be if the Snow Wind Emperor was here to welcome them? Unfortunately, they knew that there was only one person who could know that the Snow Wind Emperor would make such a grand gesture. That person was Yi Fei. Shua. All of a sudden, all the Snow Wind Empire's marshalists turned their gazes to Yi Fei, who was the last to come out. Shui Wushang's face was filled with disappointment. Ning Zhongshan's gaze was complicated. Jiang Xiaomao was suddenly filled with anticipation and excitement. Her father had already made such a gesture. Could Yi Fei redeem himself? Children of the Snow Wind Empire, you are the pride and glory of my empire. Especially Yi Fei, who has greatly increased the prestige of my empire. I have neglected him in the past. I hereby apologize to him. After speaking, the Snow Wind Emperor looked towards Yi Fei's direction and slightly nodded his head, revealing an expression of expectation and appreciation. Then, an old eunuch quickly stepped forward and opened the imperial edict that he had prepared long ago. By the will of the heavens, the emperor decrees, Yi Fei is loyal to the empire and has raised the prestige of my empire. I hereby confer upon Yi Fei the title of True Martial Sword King, hereditary. His descendants shall share the empire with me. Boom! The moment the imperial edict came out, the returning warriors were collectively shocked. Yi Fei was a little surprised. Looks like the Snow Wind Emperor paid a huge price in order to rope me in. He is even willing to share the empire with me. Doesn't that mean I'm a king on par with him? Only now do this. Back then, he treated us as trash and casually threw us away. Now that he regrets it, he wants to pick us up and treat us as treasures. What does he treat us as? Xia Jun was indignant. Thinking back to the days when they were shunned like the plague in the degenerate inn, Lin Tianjiao and the little fatty both nodded their heads with deep emotions. Yi Fei, what do you plan to do? Lin Tianjiao asked. Didn't I already make it very clear what I'm going to do? Ask for my forgiveness. Unless the Snow Wind Emperor kneels down and begs me, do you think he has the sincerity to apologize? Even though he was apologizing verbally, he wasn't even willing to bend his body. Yi Fei shook his head and couldn't be bothered with the nagging eunuch. Without saying anything, Yi Fei turned around and walked out of the palace. It was as if he didn't see the surrounding millions of soldiers, the Snow Wind Emperor, the civil and military officials, and the various patriarchs. Specially bestowed, Yi Jian, 5 billion spirit stones, 50 beauties, 10 mansions. The old eunuch was still reading the imperial edict in his hand, but his voice was constantly trembling and sharp. However, Yi Fei didn't seem to hear these voices. He just turned around in front of everyone, ignoring the imperial edict and the Snow Wind Emperor, just like how the Snow Wind Emperor ignored him back then. The millions of soldiers were in an uproar. The civil and military officials looked at each other in shock. The Snow Wind Emperor's face was ashen. Suddenly, a strong sense of humiliation, anger, and killing intent emerged from his body. The ninth prince even knelt on the ground with a plop. His face was filled with malevolence. "Father, this Yi Fei is simply an ungrateful wretch. Your son requests to order the millions of soldiers to kill this bastard." The Snow Wind Emperor's ashen face was also somewhat moved. However, before he could make up his mind, he sensed that the situation wasn't right. Suddenly, the imperial tutor Ning, who was the first to support him, seemed to have aged a lot. He trembled as he said, "Your Majesty, your subject is already old. I'm afraid I can't share your burdens anymore. Your subject will take his leave. Your subject will also take his leave. Your subject wishes to resign and live in seclusion. Your Majesty, please allow it." Realizing that Yi Fei was ignoring the entire empire, all the courtiers were anxious. The astute imperial tutor Ning immediately resigned, and many courtiers followed suit. They finally understood that roping in Yi Fei was the Snow Wind Empire's last struggle. Once they failed, not only would the Snow Wind Empire fail to become a first-rate empire, it would also be quickly swallowed up by other empires. At this moment, these courtiers with high authority naturally wouldn't die with the Snow Wind Emperor. They simply took this opportunity to resign and draw a clear line between them. You bunch of bastards." The ninth prince's face was filled with resentment before it turned into fear. The Snow Wind Emperor's face turned red as he felt a deep sense of humiliation and anger. But before he could vent out the anger in his heart, the Snow Wind Emperor's face turned red. The entire imperial capital was filled with thunderous cheers. "Long live the Snow Wind Emperor! Long live the true martial Sword King! Your Majesty is wise and mighty to discover a genius like the Sword King. You're truly a wise ruler. Long live, long live, long live." Following the Snow Wind Emperor's orders, the entire imperial capital began to celebrate in advance. Everywhere, there were people singing praises of the Snow Wind Emperor, saying that he was wise and powerful, that he was a wise ruler, and that he had a discerning eye. Chapter 1128. A new beginning, not good, His Majesty has passed away. The Snow Wind Emperor fainted from regret. Among the courtiers, there were immediately people who shouted that the emperor had died from anger. Grand Preceptor Ning and the other courtiers took this opportunity to leave the palace and return to their own families. Their performance was even more cruel and realistic. This was the world of martial artists. I hate it. In the middle of the night, the Snow Wind Emperor woke up in the palace. Half of the courtiers had already resigned on the spot. The remaining people were also anxious. The ninth prince's eyes were red. He knelt on the ground and roared, "Father, give me 100,000 soldiers. I will go and kill the Yi Fei. As long as Yi Fei is dead, let's see who dares to rebel. Who dares to go against our royal family? Kill, what's the use of killing now? Number 1 on the sky leaderboard, invincible. You know what this means to the true martial sacred academy. As long as Yi Fei loses a strand of hair in the imperial capital, the sacred academy's anger is enough to turn us into ashes. Father, Yi Fei said that if you want him to forgive you, you have to kneel down and apologize to him." Jiang Xiaoma couldn't bear it, but she still told the Snow Wind Emperor about Yi Fei's condition. Hearing this, the Snow Wind Emperor's breathing suddenly became hurried. His face was filled with anger. "Presumptuous! I'm the ruler of a country. He is just a lowly person abandoned by the heavens. Don't think that without this lowly person, I will perish. I still have millions of soldiers and millions of miles of territory." Before he finished speaking, suddenly, a group of old eunuchs hurriedly ran in. "Your Majesty, it's not good. Imperial Tutor Ning and the others have left with half of the imperial capital's army. Now the entire imperial capital is in chaos. They're all saying that Imperial tutor Ning might rebel. What, half of the army? Old man Ning, how can you act so fast? The Snow Wind Emperor's face was pale. At this moment, he realized that perhaps, a long time ago, these courtiers had the intention to rebel. And Yi Fei's action of ignoring the empire completely ignited this fire. The fact was indeed so. The decline of the Snow Wind Empire wasn't a day or two ago. For such a long time, even if Jiang Qianren worked hard, he still couldn't suppress the ambitions of the courtiers. Yi Fei also didn't expect that his rejection of the Snow Wind Great Emperor would actually become the fuse for the Snow Wind Empire's internal strife. 3 days later, Grand Preceptor Ning led 1 million soldiers in the second most majestic city of the empire, Peace City, and officially rebelled. Half of the imperial courtiers participated. It was the same for the Bailey family. Filled with hatred for Yi Fei for killing Bailey Zhan, the Bailey family also joined forces to control 50 major cities and millions of soldiers. The entire imperial capital was thrown into chaos. Never in their wildest dreams would the people have imagined that 3 days ago they were still celebrating. 3 days later, the entire empire would be in turmoil. Big brother, if the Snow Wind Emperor really kneels down and begs you, will you forgive him? In the end, Xia Jun was still a little worried while cultivating. Before Yi Fei could finish, Lin Tianjiao shook his head and said, "It's no longer a question of forgiveness. Since the blade has been picked up, it's impossible to put it down so easily." That's right. We're all foreign martial artists. Whether the Snow Wind Empire perishes or not has nothing to do with us. Yi Fei nodded in agreement. He didn't pay attention to the chaos in the Snow Wind Empire. He wasn't even interested in the Bailey family. These days, he was only doing one thing, and that was to contact Fa Yi. However, he still couldn't reach him. Just now, Yi Fei made another attempt, but he still couldn't contact Fa Yi through the Heaven Dao Blood Oath. Yi Fei could only give up helplessly. It seems that there's a distance limit to the soul transmission. Once the distance is too far, even if I control Fa Yi's soul, I still can't contact him. All right, that guy Guo Wang. Did he calculate Fu Renjia's whereabouts? Yi Fei suddenly thought of something and asked Xia Junlin Tianjiao, also expressed his great concern. As for the little fatty, he had already returned to the Beast King mansion. It would take a few days for him to arrive at the imperial capital. No, Guo Wang vomited blood several times, but he still couldn't calculate Fu Renjia's exact location. He said that Fu Renjia seems to have some kind of treasure that can cover his whereabouts. Even his great divination technique can't calculate Fu Renjia's whereabouts. Xia Jun tasted the sweetness of divination, so he simply asked Guo Wang to join him. Other than cultivating, he also learned divination from Guo Wang. Xia Jun studied very hard, to the extent that he almost forgot to eat and sleep. Yi Fei and Lin Tianjiao both felt it was inconceivable. Why would Xia Jun want to learn divination? However, since it was rare for Xia Jun to be willing to work hard, Yi Fei didn't stop him. There were still a few days before the Sacred Institute's reception. The chaos in the imperial capital made Yi Fei too lazy to go out. In the following days, Yi Fei and the other two began to cultivate in the inn. The chaos in the imperial capital didn't affect the enthusiasm of the martial artists in the imperial capital to join the Sacred Institute. With the identity of a disciple of the Sacred Institute, they didn't have to worry that the Snow Wind Monarch would attack them due to the rebellion of their family. On the contrary, the more chaotic the situation was, the more the identity of a disciple of the Sacred Institute was a golden ticket to avoid death. This way, even if the family's rebellion failed and the whole family was annihilated, at least they could still leave a trace of kindling in the Sacred Institute. Therefore, when Grand Preceptor Ning and the other officials rebelled, the disciples who joined the Sacred Institute weren't implicated. They could still stay in the imperial capital, but they could only gather in the inn where Yi Fei stayed. Once they went out, they could also suffer the revenge of the Snow Wind Monarch. 7 days later, Jiang Xiaomao also joined the inn. She looked at Yi Fei with a trace of hatred and disappointment, but she didn't say anything. The fact that the Snow Wind Monarch sent Jiang Xiaoma and also indirectly indicated the severity of the situation in the Snow Wind Empire. What Yi Fei didn't know was that on the fourth day of the rebellion, the Snow Wind Monarch, Jiang Qianren, was filled with endless regret and anger. He led all the remaining troops out of the imperial capital to quell the rebellion. However, the result wasn't smooth. Yesterday, the Snow Wind Monarch's army suffered a crushing defeat. Therefore, he had no choice but to send Jiang Xiaoma to the inn urgently. It seems that the Snow Wind Monarch can't hold on any longer. He sent Jiang Xiaoma here in the hope that the imperial family will fail in the end, so that they can still preserve a trace of kindling. I just don't know who will win in the end. I heard that Grand Preceptor Ning has already established the Yongning Empire and controls 2/4 of the empire's territory. Some people looked at Ning Zhongshan with envy. If Grand Preceptor Ning's rebellion really succeeded, Ning Zhongshan would be the crown prince of the empire. Ning Zhongshan didn't respond to this. He only focused on wiping his sword. However, his relationship with Jiang Cheng and Jiang Xiaoma had become estranged. The matters of the Snow Wind Empire have nothing to do with me. But will my identity be discovered by the legalist school? This is a bit of a headache. And Xiao Chao, if the martial emperors or boundary emperors of the true martial sacred academy find out, it will be a terrible thing. During this period of time, Yi Fei found that he had too many things to worry about. 10 days wasn't enough for him to sort out these thoughts. But at this time, the flying ship of the true martial sacred academy had arrived at the imperial capital. All disciples immediately enter the flying ship. Remember, you only have half a day. If you're late, we won't wait for you. The voice of the Sacred Academy's teacher came from the flying ship. Obviously, he had also heard about the turmoil in the Snow Wind Empire. Looking at the huge flying ship in the sky, Yi Fei took a deep breath. Once he stepped on the flying ship, he and everyone present would have a new beginning. At the same time, they would also embark on a new journey. Chapter 1129. Legalism's wrath to Yi Fei's surprise. Not only was the beautiful instructor Zhou Xiaoyu on the airship, there was also an old man with a terrifying aura. A martial emperor? Yi Fei jumped in fright. He actually sensed a trace of a martial emperor's aura from the old man. However, compared to his master's demon emperor's aura that could devour the heavens and earth, this martial emperor's aura was not only weak, but also old. Clearly, even though they were both martial emperors, this old man probably wouldn't be able to withstand a single strike from the demon emperor. However, this couldn't be denied. This was the second living martial emperor that Yi Fei had seen. Junior greets senior martial emperor. Yi Fei hurriedly bowed respectfully. His heart was already in his throat. He felt that although the martial emperor before him was old, his gaze seemed to be able to see through everything. He was really afraid that the old man would discover Xiao Chao in the beastmark space. To these martial emperors who were nearing the end of their lifespans, Xiao Chao was a living, super, life-extending pill. Perhaps the legalism school colluded with the Bailey clan to pursue Xiao Chao with all their might because they wanted to extend the life of some old monster. Yi Fei vaguely grasped the crux of the matter. That's right, it is indeed a body that has been abandoned by the heavens. However, the strange thing is that not only is this junior not completely unlucky, but he has also advanced triumphantly. He even has amazing luck. The old martial emperor sized up Yi Fei and clicked his tongue in wonder. However, he didn't find anything wrong with Yi Fei. In the beastmark space, Xiao Chao nervously grabbed the dragon turtle's neck and didn't let go. The dragon turtle almost fainted from the pressure. Only when he discovered that the martial emperor couldn't see through the beastmark space did Xiao Chao release the dragon turtle. He patted his little body. The martial emperor's gaze had really scared him to death. Yi Fei also revealed a strange expression. Even a martial emperor couldn't see through the beast mark on him. The ancient beast mark that Wang Bai gave him was truly miraculous. However, this made him feel less worried. As long as he didn't expose Xiao Qiao, no one should be able to discover the existence of Xiao Qiao, except for the legalists. Instructor Zhou Xiaoyu could tell that Yi Fei was nervous. She giggled and said, "Yi Fei, don't be nervous. This is Elder Lu." Elder Lu looks very serious, but he is actually very kind. Elder Lu also stroked his white beard and encouraged Yi Fei, "Little Yi, don't worry. Although your body of heaven abandoned is troublesome, it's not impossible for you to break through to the martial emperor realm. As long as you have enough talent and are loyal to the Sacred Institute, we will do our best to nurture you." The Sacred Institute didn't let me down, so I won't let the Sacred Institute down, Yi Fei said in a deep voice. Zhou Xiaoyu and Elder Lu were stunned when they heard this. They originally thought that Yi Fei would express his loyalty, but they didn't expect Yi Fei to say such words. Although they weren't satisfied with this answer, Yi Fei's participation in the Sacred Institute had allowed the declining true martial Sacred Institute to hold its head high for once. Elder Lu thought for a moment, then tossed a bottle of medicinal pills to Yi Fei. "These are martial saint pills. I can see that your quintessence is vigorous, and you already have the qualifications to step into the Heaven Ascension realm. This medicinal pill can help you break through. The same goes for all of you. From now on, all of you are disciples of the Sacred Institute. All of you will have a share of martial saint pills." As he spoke, Elder Lu gave the martial saint pills to the others on the flying boat. However, Yi Fei was given one bottle, while the others were given one. It was clear that he was biased, but no one expressed any dissatisfaction. With the title of unparalleled sovereign, Yi Fei deserved such preferential treatment. However, when the medicinal pills were given to Jiang Xiaoma, she didn't accept them. Instead, she suddenly knelt before Elder Lu and begged, "Senior Martial Emperor, please save my imperial father. We can give you anything you want." Boom! No one expected that Jiang Xiaoma would take the opportunity to ask the Martial Emperor to protect the Snow Wind Empire. Many of the youths present had families that participated in the rebellion. They immediately became nervous. Yi Fei watched coldly from the side. Since Jiang Qianren had given up on him, then he shouldn't expect him to do anything for the Snow Wind Empire. The only favor he owed the Snow Wind Empire was already repaid in the Burial Godland. Sai Cheer. The Sacred Institute has its own rules, and the secular world has its own rules. Since you've joined the Sacred Institute, you should put aside the grudges of the secular world. When your cultivation is successful, you can personally restore the empire. If you can't, then stay in the Sacred Institute, and I can guarantee your safety. After Elder Lu finished speaking, his body merged with the flying boat. The huge flying boat soared into the sky and charged into the distant sky. In the sky, Jiang Xiaoma's painful cries could be heard. "Imperial Father, your daughter is unfilial. There will be a day when I will personally restore the empire." Restore the empire? Is that possible? I destroyed the empire because of a moment of vanity. Xiaoma, you must not follow in my footsteps. Looking at the flying boat that was gradually disappearing into the sky, the Snow Wind Emperor's face was filled with regret and despair. Then he raised the war flag in his hand and shouted to the sky, "Soldiers, follow me to kill the enemy." Jiang Qiren's head is here. It will take the empire of 1,000 years. Boom! Thousands of horses galloped, and millions of soldiers fought together. The Snow Wind Empire was destroyed. Jiang Qiren died on the battlefield. The Snow Wind Empire was split into two and formed the Eternal Peace Empire and the Bailey Empire. Patriarch, I don't understand. Why should we support the Bailey clan to establish the empire? In the vast world where the legalism sect was located, the patriarch and elders of the legalism sect were gathered together. Their expressions were very solemn. Recently, the legalism sect was in a bad situation. First, the Bailey clan failed to capture Xiao Qiao, which caused the legalism sect to be furious. At this time, the Bailey clan should be severely punished. In the end, the patriarch actually supported the Bailey clan to establish the empire, which caused many elders to be dissatisfied. That wasn't all. The key was the mysterious person who appeared out of nowhere in the martial god space. With an ice bow, he was able to destroy the heavens and earth. He even killed the legalism ancestor's true spirit and forced the first young master of the legalism sect to abandon his woman and flee. When the news spread, who knew how many quasi-emperor clans were secretly watching this joke? This time, all the important figures of the legalism sect were gathered to discuss the mysterious person. The Bailey clan was only mentioned in passing, but this mention still caused many elders of the legalism sect to have gloomy expressions. A legalism sect elder stood up with a cold expression and said, "Patriarch, I heard that the first place on the sky leaderboard this time is Yi Fei." The Bailey clan reported that this Yi Fei is very likely the person who captured the Lingji child. It is said that this person has a crippled body abandoned by the heavens. Yet he was able to take first place on the sky leaderboard and obtain the title of Invincible Sovereign. I suspect that he has already refined the Lingji child. What? How can this be? In order to obtain her and increase the lifespan of our patriarch, we paid a huge price. How many of our clansmen died under the heavenly tree? How dare that brat, with a crippled body, refine her? Patriarch, I want to kill him. A hot-tempered elder stood up and said angrily, "Kill him? How can we kill him? He's already refined the spiritual item. Even if we kill him, we won't be able to take it back. Besides, the true martial sacred courtyard isn't that easy to deal with. Back then, we planned so meticulously, and we didn't manage to destroy the true martial sacred courtyard. As long as that old monster isn't dead, we shouldn't attack directly." Chapter 1130. Breaking through to the martial saint realm, the leader of a quasi-emperor clan was more powerful than the emperor of a country. For example, the leader of the school of legalism could decide the rise and fall of an empire with a single thought. Even the sacred institution could not do this. At least the sacred institution maintained its tradition of not interfering with the secular world. Quasi-emperor clans did not have such concerns. The leader of the school of legalism said in a low voice, "It's not that I don't want to kill Yi Fei. Just based on the fact that he refined the spiritual item we prepared for our ancestor, he should be torn to pieces. However, what we need to deal with now is not him, but that mysterious person. That's why I supported the Bailey clan and turned them into a puppet empire." Hearing this, the elders of the school of legalism in the hall all nodded. They suddenly understood the leader's meaning. The leader of the school of legalism supported the Bailey clan because he wanted to use them as a pawn to target Yi Fei and test the true martial sacred institution. After all, the quasi-emperor clans had already schemed against the true martial sacred institution due to unspoken grievances. Although the true martial sacred institution had rapidly declined, the quasi-emperor clans, especially the school of legalism, had also paid a heavy price. All of this was because of that old monster in the true martial sacred institution. It could be said that as long as that old monster did not die, the quasi-emperor clans would not dare to act against the true martial sacred institution. Leader, supporting the Bailey Empire is the same as the Tianfa quasi-emperor supporting the divine martial sacred institution to resist the true martial sacred institution. As long as we don't act directly, that old monster has no excuse to attack us. Leader, we understand. Leader, you're so smart. Yi Fei has a heaven-abandoned, crippled body. Even if he refined spiritual items, he could only reach his current limit. There's no need for us to act personally. However, that mysterious person's ice bow is very likely a complete emperor weapon. Otherwise, how could young Master Wu Dao have lost? That's right. Have you asked the Zhu clan about this? Based on the ice bow, we might be able to find out who that person is. We've already asked them. Unfortunately, Master Zhu used the Emperor's Soul Oath as an excuse to not reveal any information. The elders of the school of legalism in the hall were all furious. Amongst the quasi-emperor clans, the Zhu clan was only a mid-tier force. There was still quite a gap between them and legalism. Master Zhu's rejection caused the entire upper echelon of legalism to be displeased. The patriarch of the school of legalism also frowned. Don't touch the Zhu family for now. They're not very strong, but they're very good at forging weapons. Many of the quasi-emperor weapons of the clans are forged by them. If we touch them, half of the quasi-emperor clans will be unhappy with us. But if we don't go through the Zhu family, how are we going to find out the identity of the mysterious person? A FA family elder frowned. Based on the talent and battle prowess that the mysterious person had displayed, once he matured, he would be a great threat to the school of legalism. At this moment, the master of the school of legalism smiled. I've already asked the ancestor about this. According to Wu Dao's description, the ancestor has roughly determined that the martial arts used by that person are very likely from the Hall of Life and Death. Based on these 2 points, we can make 2 deductions. The Hall of Life and Death has risen from the ashes, and there are people within our quasi-emperor clans who have colluded with the Hall of Life and Death. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that there are remnants of the Hall of Life and Death who have snuck into the land of buried gods and snuck into the martial god space through the flesh barrier. However, the patriarch of the school of legalism was more inclined to believe that there were people within the clans who had colluded with the Hall of Life and Death. However, he did not dare to be careless about the land of buried gods. Instead, he ordered an elder, see if you can find any clues about the land of buried gods, especially that Yi Fei. According to the information we've gathered, he has used a fist technique that is similar to the mysterious person's. However, his fist technique is purplish gold, while the mysterious person's is black. If necessary, send a half-emperor over to help the Bailey clan investigate. Yes, Patriarch. I think we should leave this matter to Fei Hai. This person failed to protect the young master, so he can atone for his sins. Oomph, the elder said coldly. He immediately took out a communication talisman and began to give Fei Hai orders. On the flying boat, Yi Fei did not know that the school of legalism had almost suspected him. He was currently sitting cross-legged on the deck of the flying boat, beginning to refine the medicinal effects of the Martial Saint Pill. The Martial Saint Pill was a pill needed to break through to the Martial Saint realm. Ordinary cultivators would need at least 10 years to break through from the Absolute Land realm to the Ascension realm. Only then would they be able to merge their Yuan spirit and physical body. However, a martial sage elixir would allow a martial artist to have the opportunity to merge their primordial spirits and become a true martial sage within a month. This was also the reason why many young cultivators desperately wanted to join the sacred institution. The Martial Saint Pill was only in the hands of quasi-emperor clans and the sacred institution. This was their bargaining chip to attract talents. When Elder Liu distributed the Martial Saint Pills, the flying boat immediately rang with cheers from the cultivators. Yi Fei immediately found an empty spot and swallowed all the Martial Saint Pills. Not only can the Martial Saint Pill be used to break through to the Martial Saint realm, it can also stimulate all the accumulated potential in my body in one go. I wonder how many levels of the Martial Saint realm I can break through to this time. Yi Fei bit down on the Martial Saint Pill. He felt that it was sweet, as if he had eaten raw candy. The medicinal effects had already turned into surging heat that actually melted the 8 Yuan spirits in Yi Fei's body. However, Yi Fei was not surprised. Instead, he was happy. His Yuan spirit had not melted, but had truly merged with his physical body and soul. At the same time, the stronger his Yuan spirit was, the stronger his physical body and soul would be after the fusion to a certain extent. Elder Liu had also noticed this, which was why he had given Yi Fei a bottle of Martial Saint Pills in one go. The energy accumulated in Yi Fei's body was really too strong. 1 or 2 Martial Saint Pills would not be enough to stimulate the potential in his body. Rumble. When Yi Fei tried to merge his Yuan spirits, the entire flying boat actually shook violently. If not for the fact that the person driving the flying boat was a martial monarch, the entire flying boat might have been flipped over by the potential that Yi Fei had erupted. After all, all the powers that Yi Fei cultivated were very strong. Not to mention the despair energy, the undying energy, and the mind energy were all very strong powers. With so many powers combined, the potential that Yi Fei had erupted was naturally very terrifying. In the end, even the other cultivators on the flying boat were affected. They had no choice but to give up on the idea of breaking through in the flying boat. They could only stare blankly at the Yuan spirit whirlwind that was surrounded by a tornado. Zhou Xiaoyu's eyes widened. This is too exaggerated. When I merged my Yuan spirits back then, the Yuan spirit whirlwind I released was only 3 meters tall. Master already praised me as a genius. Yi Fei's Yuan spirit whirlwind is actually 20 meters tall. Is he still human? Clearly, Yi Fei's monstrous strength was something that even Zhou Xiaoyu, who was his teacher, felt very incredulous. Elder Lu also opened his mouth wide in shock. He muttered, "Strange. What kind of cultivation technique does this kid cultivate?" The strength of his Yuan spirit and physical body are actually so terrifying. No wonder he could reach this level despite being abandoned by the heavens. This person must have had a great fortuitous encounter. Unfortunately, due to the rules of the sacred court, we cannot interfere with the fortuitous encounters of our disciples. This can only be considered this kid's good fortune. I wonder if Senior Apprentice Brother Yi will be able to break through to the second level of the Martial Saint realm this time. Many cultivators stood at the side, their faces filled with shock. Then a huge boom resounded. The Yuan spirit whirlwind on Yi Fei's body suddenly turned into a tyrannical golden pillar of light, sweeping away all the clouds in the sky. The darkness disappeared, revealing the shining starry sky. Chapter 1131. First hearing of profound meaning. Only a third-level martial sage? Yi Fei opened his eyes, a little dissatisfied. His force of heaven was already at 60%. In a land of buried gods, he had accumulated even more energy. If it were an ordinary cultivator, it was possible for them to jump 6 levels in one go. However, Yi Fei was different. He cultivated his primordial spirit. Even if there were only 8 primordial spirits left after the fusion, the amount of energy required to form 8 primordial spirits was still very terrifying. Therefore, for others, the energy required to break through 6 levels was only enough for Yi Fei. He could only break through 3 levels. Then, he stopped cultivating and stood up from the deck, feeling refreshed. He suddenly realized that everyone was looking at him strangely. Zhou Xiaoyu's eyes widened. Elder Lu, a martial monarch, looked at him as if he was looking at a rare animal. Yi Fei felt uncomfortable. He quickly asked, "Instructor Zhou, Elder Lu, is there something wrong with me?" "Not only is there something wrong with you, kid, you are simply abnormal. You can jump 3 levels in one go after just breaking through, and you even have 60% force of heaven. I have seen countless geniuses. You are not the strongest, but the strangest." Elder Lu clicked his tongue. He was very interested in Yi Fei. Zhou Xiaoyu, who was beside him, suddenly thought of something. He smiled and reminded Yi Fei, "Yi Fei, you are the first on the heaven ranking. You'll get a chance to receive pointers from a martial monarch." Pointers from a martial monarch? Many cultivators were so envious that their eyes turned red. Why did they risk their lives to join the Sacred Institute? Wasn't it to find an opportunity to break through to the martial monarch realm? In the middle ground, absolute almighties and heaven-reaching great sages were everywhere. However, martial monarchs were very rare. Just a martial monarch tribulation alone could kill 99.5 out of 100 martial sages. Those who could pass the martial monarch tribulation and break through to the martial monarch realm were true geniuses. A casual pointers from them were equivalent to 100 years of bitter cultivation for a martial sage. Yi Fei knew that the true Martial Sacred Institute had specially sent Elder Lu to give him pointers. He could not waste such an opportunity. "Elder Lu, please guide this junior." "Sure. If you have any questions about cultivation, you can ask this old man." Even if this old man doesn't know, I can find some time to consult a quasi-emperor on your behalf. Old Lu's attitude was very amiable. Seeing that Yi Fei had broken through to the martial sage realm, he opened up a temporary secret realm and gestured for Yi Fei to follow him in. Stimulated by Yi Fei's breakthrough, Xia Jun, Lin Tianjiao, and Fatty all began to take martial sage elixirs to try to break through. Jiang Cheng and the others did the same. In this trip to the God Burial Land, any slightly talented warrior could become a half-saint. Due to the unique environment of the God Burial Land, a huge amount of energy had been accumulated in their bodies. Once he used the martial sage pill and stimulated the energy, breaking through to the martial sage realm would be a matter of course. The first to break through was actually the little fatty Pang Bei. After swallowing the martial saint pill, he fell asleep in a daze. When the little fatty woke up, a 10-meter-tall Yuan spirit storm blew over his body. Then, the little fatty inexplicably found that he had broken through and that he had 40% of heaven's momentum. Seeing this, Zhou Xiaoyu called him a monster. Before she could finish her shock, a violent Yuan spirit storm also erupted from Lin Tianjiao's body. At the same time, his body faintly emitted an ancient power. Bloodline power, 30% of heaven's momentum. Zhou Xiaoyu was shocked. At this time, Xia Jun also broke through. His breakthrough was average. The Yuan spirit storm was only 3 to 5 meters high, and he only had 20% of heaven's momentum. However, it still made Zhou Xiaoyu call him a monster. Yi Fei is a big monster, and his friends are small monsters. Boom! Before Zhou Xiaoyu could finish her exclamation, Guo Wang broke through again and also had 20% of heaven's momentum. Zhou Xiaoyu didn't know how many times she had been shocked. In the secret realm, Yi Fei and Elder Lu sat opposite each other. Elder Lu said in a deep voice, Yi Fei, do you know why I opened the secret realm and gave you guidance? Yi Fei was a little hesitant. It should be related to the fact that I was abandoned by the heavens? A trace of admiration flashed in Elder Lu's turbid eyes. He nodded with a serious expression. That's right. A person abandoned by the heavens is destined to have no fate with the martial path. To be honest, it's already very amazing that you could reach this step. However, what you will face next is the most difficult and dangerous martial emperor tribulation. The martial emperor tribulation is the first great tribulation for martial artists. An ordinary martial saint's tribulation is at most 3 times the heavens tribulation. However, a person abandoned by the heavens is different. It's said that a person abandoned by the heavens can face 10 times the heavens tribulation if he's lucky, and 100 times the heavens tribulation if he's unlucky. What? 100 times the heavens tribulation? Yi Fei almost vomited blood. It was no wonder that a person abandoned by the heavens wasn't favored by the sacred court and was called trash. 100 times the heavens tribulation was enough to scare off a boundary emperor. At this moment, Yi Fei suddenly felt anxious. Elder Lu, what should I do? Elder Lu hesitated and sighed. Your heavens tribulation is special. No one in our true martial sacred court has ever passed it, so we can't help you. Thus, this old man can only give you pointers on mysteries. Mysteries? Yi Fei perked up. He also had the mysteries of life and death. However, he did not dare to reveal this mysteries. Although the East Saber Monarch and the others who knew about his mysteries had all died in the burial land of gods, and the only one who knew about it, Dong Fengyu, did not betray him, it was better to be safe and sorry. It was best not to reveal the mysteries of life and death if possible. Right now, I still don't have the strength to deal with a boundary emperor noble clan like the legalist sect. I have to hide it well. Yi Fei warned himself in his heart. Elder Lu did not know that Yi Fei had already comprehended mysteries. His face was filled with seriousness as he continued to give pointers. That's right, mysteries. After the martial Dao's aura is the martial Dao's mysteries. Mysteries are the peak of the martial Dao. For example, what I comprehended is the mysteries of time. As he spoke, The aura of time appeared on Elder Lu's body. Time actually flowed on him, and he turned from an old man to a robust man with a vigorous aura. He sat cross-legged across Yifei. The man spoke in a deep voice, his voice like thunder. Normally, only martial monarchs can comprehend mysteries. However, not all martial monarchs can comprehend mysteries. Only true geniuses can comprehend mysteries and transform them into domains, breaking through to martial emperor. Of course, there are some special geniuses who can comprehend mysteries in the heavenly completion realm. From there, they gain a greater advantage when facing the martial monarch tribulation. According to our Sacred Institute's research, every time you comprehend a mysteries, you can reduce the risk of facing the tribulation by 10%. In other words, Yifei, as long as you comprehend more than 10 mysteries, even if you are abandoned by the heavens, you can still safely pass the martial monarch tribulation. At this point, Elder Lu's voice became old again. He withdrew the mysteries of time, and his vigorous aura became much weaker. Clearly, the robust man was only in Elder Lu's battle form. He could not maintain it all the time. After Elder Lu's pointers, Yifei finally understood what mysteries were. Mysteries are the peak of martial techniques. They are also the best weapons to deal with the heavenly tribulation. The more mysteries I comprehend, the higher my chances of passing the tribulation. I finally understand. Chapter 11:32. The Cruel Sacred Courtyard. Yifei, remember this. Every cultivator comprehends a different profound. You can work hard in this direction, but don't force yourself. All right, here are some of my insights on comprehending the profound of time. Take it and carefully study it. After giving Yifei pointers, Old Lu did not give Yifei the specific profound. Instead, he gave Yifei a notebook on comprehending the profound. Then, he stood up and left the secret realm. After that, Yifei remained alone in the secret realm, comprehending the notebook that Old Lu gave him. The records were very detailed. It contained the summary of Old Lu's experience in comprehending the profound of time. There were even annotations for the complicated parts. If it were any other cultivator, just this martial monarch's insights would probably be enough for them to study for a year without eating or sleeping. However, with the help of the undying sword soul and unlimited comprehension, Yifei only spent a month to completely comprehend this martial monarch's notes. Only now did he understand why Old Lu did not directly teach him the profound of time. It turns out that the profound that everyone comprehends is different. Even if it is the same profound of time, there are many minute differences. These differences cannot be taught by others. You can only rely on yourself to comprehend them. If you cannot comprehend them, even if you're lucky enough to break through to the martial monarch realm, you will still not be able to comprehend the profound of time, not to mention forming a domain with the profound of time and stepping into the quasi-emperor or martial emperor realm. As Yifei slowly closed the notebook, his eyes became increasingly bright. Then, he thought for a while and suddenly borrowed a spirit herb seed from Xiao Chao. He opened his hand, and a dense vitality appeared in his palm. It flowed into the seed like a stream of air. That spirit herb seed quickly split open, took root, sprouted, grew leaves, and bloomed. Just as it was about to bear fruit, the vitality in Yifei's hand suddenly turned into a dense aura of death. In an instant, the vitality of the spirit herb was completely taken away. But just as the spirit herb was about to wither and die, Yifei's hand once again erupted with vitality, causing the withered spirit herb to turn green once more. Leaves grew, flowers bloomed. This was an endless cycle of life and death alternating. This was the profound meaning of life and death. Life is the beginning, and death is the end. The life and death power Upanishad is to turn death into life and revive the dead. The life and death fist is not only a fist of death, it can also be a fist of life. Boom! Yifei's mind was clear. At this point, his understanding of the profound had finally changed from vague to clear. At the same time, his life and death fist had reached an indescribable level of perfection. Yi Fei knew that this was the pinnacle of life and death boxing. Then, he stood up and walked out of the secret realm. After a month of bitter cultivation, this temporary secret realm was immediately destroyed. Obviously, this was also the power of Elder Lu's time. When Yi Fei went out, Elder Lu was still preaching to the new disciples on the flying boat. Not everyone could receive personal guidance from the martial emperor. Thanks to Yi Fei, all the new disciples of the Saint Academy had the opportunity to listen to the martial emperor's preaching. Yi Fei was surprised to find that Elder Lu's battle prowess was more than 10 times weaker than the demon emperor's. However, Elder Lu was very good at preaching. The Tao that Elder Lu preached was not martial techniques, but the essence of martial arts. It was very profound and also very precious. Everyone was mesmerized by the story. Yi Fei also found a corner to sit down and listen carefully. He felt that he had gained a lot. The preaching continued for 3 days. Then, Elder Lu stood up and stepped into the void. No one knew where he went. When Yi Fei woke up from the preaching, the flying boat had already trembled violently and entered a vast world. This world was comparable to the martial god space in the land of buried gods. Not only was it vast, but it was also filled with boundless spiritual qi. In the sky, one could even see birds formed by spiritual qi whistling past. On the ground, mountain ranges rose and fell. Dragon veins were suppressed under each mountain range. Spirit veins and spirit springs could be seen everywhere on the mountain ranges. There were also countless buildings. It was like a luxurious palace that stretched as far as the eye could see. It was dazzling. This is the true martial sacred academy. It's so grand and imposing. It doesn't look like it has declined at all. It's like a paradise on earth. Many martial artists were sighing with emotion. Then, they became excited. They found that such a cultivation treasure land could instantly defeat all the paradises in the outside world. Hearing these people's words, Zhou Xiaoyu suddenly sneered. If you think so, then you are gravely mistaken. It is because it has declined that the Sacred Academy has these flashy buildings. Those who live in these buildings are all senior brothers and sisters who failed in the competition. They have no future and also lost the courage to walk out of the Sacred Academy. They can only eat better and live more comfortably. Gradually, they will eat and wait for death here. Among you, in 20 years, half of you will be like them. Zhou Xiaoyu pointed at the luxurious buildings on the ground. Her eyes flashed with a trace of regret. Hearing her words, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. At this moment, no one was envious of the bustling buildings on the ground. Yi Fei was also surprised. He asked, Instructor Zhou, what is the competition in the true martial sacred academy? Zhou Xiaoyu sighed. Our sacred academy has limited resources. It is impossible to take care of every disciple fairly. If you want to stand out, then you can only compete with each other. Disciples compete with each other. Instructors compete with each other. And elders compete with each other. In short, in our sacred academy, the winner is the king. The winner takes all. If you want to obtain more cultivation resources, you can only rob. As long as no one dies, the Sacred Academy will not care. If there's an unresolvable grudge, you can go to the Life and Death Valley. Inside, you can kill as you wish. The Sacred Academy will not care. Zhou Xiaoyu indifferently explained. Many martial artists sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard this. Even Yi Fei felt his heart skip a beat. The competition in the Sacred Institute was much more brutal than he had imagined. Boom! The flying boat stopped. Frightened by Zhou Xiaoyu's words, many of the new disciples present did not dare to get off the flying boat. At this time, Zhou Xiaoyu encouraged them again. Don't be too afraid. Although the competition in the Sacred Academy is cruel, you can also be like them. Build a mansion, eat delicious food, and wait for death here. As long as the Sacred Academy is not destroyed, you will not be in danger. No, Sister Zhou, I don't want that kind of life. I, Xiajun, am a strong man. I will not wait for death here. Xia Jun roared. Yes, we must become strong. We don't want to become them. Many of the other martial artists roared as well. After all, everyone present was the pride of their respective empires. Who didn't want to become an expert? Who didn't want to command the winds and clouds? Even Yi Fei became excited when he heard Zhou Xiaoyu's words. I will not be mediocre in this life. Yi Fei looked at the luxurious palace in front of him and said to himself silently. Lin Tianjiao was a little hesitant. Instructor Zhou, the competition is fine. But isn't this too cruel? Cruel? No, you are wrong. Zhou Xiaoyu shook her head and said in a low voice, Lin Tianjiao, remember, the Sacred Academy is a miniature version of the martial arts world. It is cruel here, but the outside world is even crueler. Only by surviving the cruelty of the Sacred Academy can you go further in the outside world. Chapter 1133. This fairy boom. Zhou Xiaoyu's words were earth-shattering, shocking everyone present. Even Yi Fei was stunned. He knew that there were countless geniuses in the central continent, and the competition would definitely be brutal. However, he didn't expect the competition to be so intense. Not only the disciples, but even the mentors were cannon fodder, stepping stones for other geniuses to grow. Mentor Zhou, can you tell us the rules of the Saint Academy in detail? Yi Fei didn't dare to underestimate Zhou Xiaoyu anymore. Clearly, Zhou Xiaoyu was not as soft as she appeared to be. The real Zhou Xiaoyu should be the one standing in front of him. Courageous, strong, and with a hint of oppression. This was also why she could become a teacher of the Sacred Academy at such a young age. When they arrived at the real martial sacred courtyard, Zhou Xiaoyu was no longer weak. Instead, she had the aura of an iron-blooded instructor. She glanced at everyone and said in a deep voice, the rules of the sacred courtyard are very simple. We are all venomous insects. The Saint Academy is our battlefield. Only the one who survives from the thousands of venomous insects can become the real venomous insect king. Of course, there can only be one venomous insect king. He will lead the Saint Academy to glory again. I also hope that the venomous insect king can be born in our generation. So, if you don't want to be cannon fodder and be trampled under others' feet, then work hard. Zhou Xiaoyu looked at Yi Fei when she said the last sentence. There was a hint of expectation in her eyes. Obviously, she hoped that Yi Fei could become the last venomous insect king. Then, Zhou Xiaoyu began to drive the people off the airship. Yi Fei was also driven off the airship. He was holding a Saint Academy manual in his hand. Everyone had the manual. It recorded the rules of living in the Saint Academy. Oh no, Mentor Zhou only gave us a manual. She didn't arrange a place for us to live. Where will we live? What will we eat? Stupid. Didn't you hear that we are venomous insects in the Saint Academy? If we want a place to live, we have to fight for it. If we want to eat, we have to fight for it. Didn't you read the manual? Yi Fei opened the manual curiously. Sure enough, there was such an introduction. In the true martial sacred courtyard, one had to find their own way to survive. For example, the countless luxurious buildings in the surroundings were built by the disciples of the Sacred Academy. However, the ones who built these buildings were the losers of the Sacred Academy. It hadn't been easy for them to enter the Sacred Academy, and it was time for them to go all out. No one was willing to admit that they were failures. Big brother, let's go inside. There are many mountain peaks inside. Not only are there dragon veins, but there are also spirit springs. That is a blessed land for cultivation. If we can get one, we will be rich. Xiao Jun's eyesight was very good. He had already seen all kinds of hidden, blessed lands in the distant mountains. The spiritual qi there was dense, and there were no luxurious buildings. However, there were at least one or more powerful auras coming from each mountain peak. Yi Fei knew that the true elites of the Sacred Academy were located there. Only by occupying such a peak would they have a foothold in the Sacred Academy. Now is not the time. Those who can occupy the mountain peaks are all senior disciples. We should find out more before we act. Otherwise, we will be at a disadvantage. Lin Tianjiao was a little worried. Lin Tianjiao wasn't the only one who was worried. Not far away, Yi Fei found that Jiang Cheng, Shui Wushang, and the others had formed small groups and were walking toward the luxurious palaces. Even the princess of the fallen country, Jiang Xiaomao, gathered a group of martial artists and walked into the splendid palaces. Soon, many enthusiastic senior brothers and sisters came out. Junior brothers, welcome to the true martial sacred courtyard. You must know the rules of the Sacred Academy. You can stay with us temporarily. We can also provide you with the information you need. But you must pay spiritual stones. One night, 100,000 upper-grade spiritual stones. One piece of information is also 100,000 upper-grade spiritual stones. What? 100,000 upper-grade spiritual stones? Why don't you rob us? Immediately, someone started to argue with dissatisfaction. What greeted them was the threats of the senior disciples. You can stay if you want. If it weren't for the 1-year protection period, we would have robbed you of all your spiritual stones. Do you believe it or not? Seeing Zhou Xiaoyu leave, a few thousand men and women rushed out of the buildings. There were old and young among them, and they were all ordinary disciples of the Sacred Academy. But even the ordinary disciples were all omnipotent great sages. There were also a few martial sages of level 7, level 8, and even level 10. One of them, a level 7 martial sage, seemed to be planning to bring some people over to scare Yi Fei. Yi Fei's gaze immediately turned cold. If these people came over to cause trouble, he wouldn't mind robbing these senior brothers of his. But before he could do anything, a surprised voice came from afar. Yi Fei, I finally came to the true martial sacred courtyard. If you didn't come, I would have suffered a great loss. Me? This voice sounds familiar. Damn, isn't this the voice of Shangluo? Yi Fei turned his head in surprise. Sure enough, he saw a beautiful figure rushing over from the mountain peak in the distance. She was eating the signature spiritual melon in her hand. Who else could it be but Shangluo? Not only did Yi Fei recognize Shangluo, but even Lin Tianjiao's expression turned strange. That seems to be Luo Xianzi. Luo Xianzi? Yi Fei looked at Lin Tianjiao with a strange expression. When Shangluo was still a little girl, she became a beautiful girl in the North region and played tricks on many young geniuses. Luo Xianzi was also called Luo Xianzi by these young geniuses. In the North region, the Merchant Alliance contacted me. Lin Tianjiao's face was a little dark, which made Yi Fei feel that it was not as simple as that. Perhaps Lin Tianjiao was also one of the young geniuses who was fooled. Yi Fei was too lazy to expose him. The few senior disciples in the distance also seemed to recognize Shangluo. When they saw Shangluo coming over, the 7th level martial sage's expression changed, and he quickly retreated with his men. Obviously, he did not dare to provoke Shangluo. Yi Fei was speechless. Shangluo came at such a bad time. She scared away the fat sheep. Fat sheep? Brother, don't tell me you. Xia Jun and Lin Tianjiao were even more speechless. When the 7th level martial sage was coming over, they were so nervous that they almost died. In the end, Yi Fei wanted to rob them. Another beautiful sister. The little fatty's mouth was very sweet, and the first sentence he said made Shang Luo's eyes widen. He smiled and said, Yi Fei, your little giant ape is not bad. It's obedient and has a sweet mouth. Would you sell it? Shangluo was indeed the eldest daughter of the Merchant Alliance. She came over to talk about business. Little Fatty's face darkened. Lin Tianjiao and Xia Jun were a little shocked. Very few people knew that little Fatty could transform into a giant ape, but Shangluo could see it at a glance. Yi Fei was already used to this. After all, his master, the Demon Emperor, had said that Shangluo was also a martial artist with Emperor's physique. Her talent was comparable to Zhao Yu's. Shangluo, why are you in the real martial sacred courtyard? Yi Fei felt very strange. Chapter 1134. 100 billion bounty meeting an old friend in a foreign land. Both Yi Fei and Lin Tianjiao were in a better mood. Shang Luo looked at Lin Tianjiao in surprise. Young Master Lin, you awakened your bloodline on your own? What a pity. I even prepared a bloodline fruit for you. I was just waiting for you to gather enough money to buy it. No need. Lin Tianjiao's tone was stiff and his face darkened. Yi Fei understood Lin Tianjiao's feelings. Shang Luo might look cute and lively, but she was a profiteer in her bones. One would lose out if they traded with her. Perhaps this was the reason why the martial sage immediately retreated when he saw Shang Luo. However, Shang Luo's appearance made it convenient for them to find out more about the real martial sacred academy. During their chat, Yi Fei found out that Shang Luo had joined the real martial sacred academy not long after she returned to Zhongzhou. Then, she had been cultivating in the sacred academy and had never left. This surprised Lin Tianjiao and Xia Jun. You can join the sacred academy without even participating in the supreme leaderboard. Is it difficult to join the sacred academy? It's the honor of the sacred academy that I'm willing to join. Moreover, it's not like the Shang family doesn't have any treasures. Why would I dig up a dead person's grave? Shang Luo replied confidently. Yi Fei and the other three were speechless. Only then did they remember that the miss in front of them had no lack of treasures. The worst thing was that they had only obtained the right to join the sacred academy after fighting for their lives in the land of buried gods. Shang Luo, on the other hand, had joined the sacred academy directly after greeting them. It seemed that her status was higher than theirs. Comparisons are odious. Xia Jun finally gave in. Lin Tianjiao and Fatty were speechless. Shang Luo was the only one who was proudly showing off for a while. Then, she suddenly remembered something and her face turned serious. Yi Fei, you're in trouble. How did you offend the Bailey clan? Now, the Bailey Empire has already issued a 100 billion bounty for your life. As she spoke, Shang Luo took out a bounty order. It was because of this bounty order that she knew that Yi Fei had also joined the real Martial Sacred Academy. At this time, Yi Fei found out that the Snow Wind Empire was not destroyed, but split into two empires, the Eternal Peace Empire and the Bailey Empire. The first thing the Bailey Empire did when they established their empire was not to work hard for the empire, but to issue a bounty of 100 billion high-grade spirit stones to kill him. Whoever kills Yi Fei, no matter who it is, as long as you bring Yi Fei's head to the empire, you'll be able to receive 100 billion high-grade spirit stones. My Bailey Empire swears that we will never coexist with Yi Fei. After looking at the bounty order in his hand, Yi Fei's eyes flashed coldly. He wanted nothing more than to rush over and destroy that bullshit Bailey Empire. What a Bailey clan! Not only did they help the legalism sect to kill Xiao Chao, but now they're even offering a bounty for my head. They better not give me a chance, or I'll make the Bailey clan pay the price in blood. Although he thought this, Yi Fei still forced himself to calm down. One had to know that he was now first on the Heaven leaderboard and had already joined the real Martial Sacred Academy. The Bailey Empire actually dared to put a bounty on his head with such fanfare. Were they not afraid of the Sacred Academy's wrath and instantly destroying the empire? Since the Bailey Empire is doing this, they must have something to rely on. Maybe the legalism sect is already suspecting me. Yi Fei began to analyze this matter seriously. After receiving the bounty order, Xia Jun and Lin Tianjiao's faces became incomparably gloomy. 100 billion high-grade spiritual stones. Is the Bailey clan crazy? They only occupy half of the Snow Wind Empire's territory. They can't possibly take out so many spiritual stones. The Bailey Empire can't, but a certain faction definitely can. Moreover, this amount of spiritual stones is just a drop in the ocean to them. Shang Luo said with certainty. This time, even little Fatty was enraged. He shouted, "Who dares to bully Big Brother? I'll call out the big fatty in my body and beat that person to death." Little Fatty, don't. I appreciate your kind intentions, but this matter isn't as simple as the Bailey clan. It's the FA. Before Yi Fei could finish speaking, he suddenly realized that a head had come over and was listening intently. Yi Fei's face darkened. This Shang Luo really didn't have good intentions. She was here to scout for information. Fortunately, Yi Fei's reaction was also very fast. He immediately said, It's the merciless FA. Have you forgotten that the Holy Institute's rules state that after joining the Holy Institute, you can't leave the mountain for less than a year? Anyway, we're in the Holy Institute. I don't believe that the Bailey Empire will dare to send people here to deal with us. That's right. As long as we don't go out, the Bailey Empire can only watch. Xia Jun and Lin Tianjiao nodded. The 100 billion bounty had also frightened them. Shang Luo was obviously a little depressed that she didn't get any valuable information from Yi Fei. She was still unwilling to give up and reminded, 100 billion spiritual stones is enough to make a martial emperor jealous. Even if the killers outside can't deal with it, there will definitely be people in the Holy Institute who will be very tempted by this bounty. Inside the Holy Institute, Yi Fei was shocked again. Indeed, it was 100 billion spiritual stones. The competition in the Holy Institute was so fierce. It was normal for people to be unable to resist the temptation and take the risk. It seems that I have to be careful in the Holy Institute. By the way, Shangluo, where do you live? Can we meet you? Yi Fei understood the ruthlessness of the Bailey Empire's bounty. He didn't dare to wander around. I have to find a place as soon as possible to improve my strength. Okay, you can live in my mountain. Anyway, it's a big place and the rent is not expensive. 200,000 spiritual stones per day will be enough. Shangluo stretched out her hand with a smile while nibbling on a spiritual melon. She was even more demanding than the group of senior disciples in the outer circle. Yi Fei immediately made up his mind. He would rather eat and sleep in the wild than be cheated by this profiteer. I think we'd better forget it. Boom! Before Yi Fei could refuse, a terrible saber light suddenly appeared not far behind Shangluo. It cut the void and enveloped everyone present at the same time. Who is it? Shangluo was shocked. So was Yi Fei. He felt the murderous intent in the saber light. He knew that the person in the dark must be aiming for his head. After all, his head was too valuable. Be careful. Yi Fei's impression of Shangluo was still the same as when she was in the northern region. She was a mischievous and two-faced girl. At that time, Shangluo's realm was very low. Although they hadn't seen each other for a few years, Yi Fei didn't know how much progress Shangluo's strength had made. When he sensed danger, he just subconsciously grabbed Shangluo and jumped aside like lightning. Chapter 1135. Xiaomingshan, the ground of the true martial sacred academy, was built with special stones. Even a martial sage would find it difficult to damage the ground. However, the sneak attacker had created such a huge ravine with just one slash. Yi Fei was shocked by this. Although the true martial sacred academy has declined, the geniuses here should not be underestimated. Then, Yi Fei raised his head. He did not look at the building in front of him. Instead, he looked up and stared coldly at the sky. Come out. What kind of hero are you to hide? You're a cripple abandoned by heaven. You can actually find out where my real body is. Interesting. The saber radiance had come from behind the building in the distance. When being attacked, ordinary martial artists would look forward. However, Yi Fei had noticed the abnormality in the sky at a glance. That was all thanks to the Eye of Thunder Punishment. After all, the Eye of Thunder Punishment was Emperor Huang's unique skill. It could see through all illusions. Following the voice, 3 cold and arrogant figures appeared in the sky. The leader was a tall young man holding a demonic saber. His body was like a saber, and his eyes were sharp enough to pierce through the void. An 8th-level martial sage. Moreover, there are no flaws. Lin Tianjiao also opened his Eye of Thunder Punishment. However, he was shocked to find that he could not find any flaws in this person's body. It's not that there are no flaws. It's just that with our strength, we can't find any flaws. Yi Fei said in a deep voice. Although he was the first on the heaven list, he had never been proud of it. With his strength, Yi Fei was confident that he could fight against 10 10th-level martial sages. However, the Sacred Academy was different. The strongest geniuses of the Middle Ground Empire were gathered here. Each of them had the ability to challenge those of a higher level. At least, Yi Fei felt a little pressure when facing the young man with the demonic saber. Unless he took out the ice bow, he might not be a match for the young man with the demonic saber. Xiaomingshan, how dare you sneak attack me? Don't think that I'll be afraid of you, just because you're an Earth stage genius. Shang Luo was furious. However, she secretly told the identity of the person who attacked her and threw a worried look over. Xiaomingshan? Earth stage genius? Yi Fei did not understand the meaning behind this, but when he saw the terrifying blade on the ground, Yi Fei was filled with fear and anger towards this person. Why did you attack me? Shang Luo questioned. Shang Luo, it's impossible that you don't know that I'm not targeting you, but this cripple abandoned by the heavens. It's just that I didn't expect you to know him. That's all. Xiaomingshan's expression was very calm, as if he wasn't the one who had delivered the fatal blow just now. However, the appearance of Shang Luo forced Xiaomingshan to stop his attack. He could use the excuse of a sword having no eyes for a sneak attack, but if he attacked Yi Fei openly in front of Shang Luo, he would be severely punished by the Holy Court. After all, Yi Fei was still a newcomer and had a 1-year rookie protection period. However, since he had already attacked, as an Earth stage genius, Xiaomingshan would not give up so easily. After giving a simple explanation to Shang Luo, Xiaomingshan raised his demonic blade again and pointed it at Yi Fei. He said coldly and arrogantly, I heard that the first place on the heaven list was taken by a cripple like you. You should have some strength. Do you dare to fight with me in the life and death valley? Yi Fei, don't go. He's trying to provoke you. Shang Luo moved closer to Yi Fei and reminded him in a low voice. Do I look like I'm that gullible? Yi Fei was speechless. Then his eyes turned cold. He had read the Jinmu manual and knew what kind of place the life and death valley was. Once he entered, his life and death would be up to fate. The rookie protection given to him by the Holy Court would immediately lose its effect. Yi Fei's brain was not damaged. Of course, he wouldn't go to the life and death valley to die. Xiaomingshan, I will definitely go to the life and death valley, but not now. After saying that, Yi Fei signaled to Xia Jun and the others with his eyes. The group turned around and left. Since they had the rookie protection period, they were not afraid of a sneak attack again. Seeing that Yi Fei dared to ignore him, Xiaomingshan's expression turned cold. The demonic blade in his hand emitted a bloodthirsty aura. Stop! Did I say you can leave? Xiaomingshan shouted angrily. If it was another newcomer, he would have let it go after his sneak attack failed. However, Yi Fei was different. His head was too valuable. It was worth 100 billion upper-grade spiritual stones. With this amount of spiritual stones, Xiaomingshan could break through to the half-emperor realm and become a heaven-stage genius. This was also the reason why Xiaomingshan immediately rushed over and attacked Yi Fei when he heard the news. However, he did not expect that Yi Fei would know Shang Luo. Trash, are you deaf or mute? Our senior apprentice brother Qiu is challenging you. Do you dare to accept? Bah! Number 1 on the heaven roll? Invincible? I think this trash is just a coward. Boom! Without waiting for them to finish their words, Yi Fei suddenly stopped and turned around. He was afraid of Xiaomingshan, but he was not afraid of the 2 lackeys beside Xiaomingshan. The sharp sword aura turned into lightning and suddenly suppressed the 2. The 60% power of the heavenly sword shook the 2 disciples who were also 4th-level martial sages, causing their faces to turn pale. Good. Let me, Xiaomingshan, experience junior brother Ye's skills. Xiaomingshan became excited when he felt Yi Fei's terrifying sword aura. The demonic blade was bloodthirsty, and he could not wait to cut off his enemy's head. However, at this critical moment, Yi Fei withdrew his sword aura as if nothing had happened. He said coldly, I will remember you. I hope that you still dare to talk to me like this a year later. Withdrawing his sword and turning around, Yi Fei strode away. He released his sword aura just to show his power. He did not have the intention to attack. This Xiaomingshan is indeed sinister. He purposely used his lackeys to provoke me and force me to attack. This way, he will have an excuse to fight back. The new disciple protection period set by the Sacred Academy was only to restrict the old disciples from attacking the new disciples. The true martial manual did not explain what would happen if the new disciples attacked the old disciples. Yi Fei was not a newbie who had just entered the Jianghu. With such an obvious loophole, he would not make such a low-level mistake. Good. A trash is indeed a trash. Even if you're number one on the heaven roll, you are just a coward. Qiu Mingshan was furious. He thought that Yi Fei had been fooled. However, Yi Fei just released his aura and turned around to leave. He did not even have the chance to fight back. The two lackeys behind him also felt that they were fooled by Yi Fei. They were furious. Senior brother Qiu, this kid is very strange. He is actually playing with us? He is playing with his life. It doesn't matter if he doesn't attack. As long as he is still in the Sacred Academy, we will definitely find a chance to kill him. That 100 billion reward will definitely belong to us. Qiu Mingshan said these words very loudly on purpose. Obviously, he wanted to disturb Yi Fei's mind. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.